There exists a moment in every awakening soul when the familiar world begins to shimmer like a mirage, when the solid ground of accepted reality starts to shift beneath your feet like sand disturbed by an incoming tide. It is in this liminal space, this threshold between the known and the unknowing, that certain souls first hear the call, not a voice from without, but a stirring from the deepest chambers of the psyche, an ancient summons that speaks in the language of symbols and dreams. You who hear this call know it well, though you may have spent years trying to silence it, trying to drown it beneath the noise of ordinary living, the comfortable numbness of routine, the safe harbor of collective agreement. But the call persists, doesn't it? It rises from the depths like a forgotten song, like the echo of a name you once knew but cannot quite remember. It whispers to you in the moments between sleep and waking, in the pause between heartbeats, in the silence that follows the last note of a piece of music that has moved you to tears. This is the call beyond the familiar shore, the summons to leave behind the safe harbors of who you thought you were, to set sail into the uncharted waters of who you might become. It is the voice of your unlived life, calling to your lived one, the voice of your potential calling to your actuality, the voice of your soul calling to your ego consciousness that has grown too small, too cramped, too fearful to contain the fullness of what seeks to emerge through you. Jung understood this call intimately, for he himself was summoned by it in the middle of his life, when the successful psychiatrist and family man found himself standing at the edge of an abyss that threatened to swallow everything he had built, everything he thought he knew about himself and the world. He called it his confrontation with the unconscious, but we might call it something simpler and more profound, the moment when the false self can no longer contain the pressure of the true self seeking to be born. For you see, dear traveler, there are those among us who carry within their very bones the archetypal pattern of the destroyer creator, those souls who have incarnated not to maintain the status quo, but to serve as agents of necessary transformation. You may be one of these souls, one of these sacred disruptors, one of these spiritual midwives of endings that must come before new beginnings can unfold. If you are, then you know the weight of this calling, how it feels like both a blessing and a curse, how it isolates you from those who prefer the comfort of the familiar, how it marks you as different, as dangerous, as one who cannot be easily categorized or controlled. You know what it feels like to carry within yourself a fire that both illuminates and burns, a vision that both clarifies and disturbs, a truth that both liberates and destroys. The ego mind recoils from this calling. Of course, it has spent so much energy constructing a persona, a social mask that allows us to move through the world without causing too much disruption, without revealing too much of the raw power that lies dormant within the unconscious depths. The ego wants safety, predictability, approval from the collective. It wants to belong, to fit in, to be accepted by the tribe. And there is nothing wrong with this desire. It serves a necessary function in the early stages of psychological development. But for those called to serve as agents of transformation, the persona eventually becomes a prison. What once protected now suffocates. What once enabled connection now creates separation from the authentic self. The carefully constructed identity begins to feel like a suit of armor that has grown too heavy to carry, a role that has become too small to contain the expanding consciousness that seeks expression. This is when the symptoms begin to appear, the restlessness that cannot be soothed by any external comfort, the dissatisfaction that gnaws at you despite apparent success, the feeling of living someone else's life, of sleepwalking through days that feel increasingly hollow and meaningless. These are not signs of failure or mental illness. though they may be labeled as such by those who do not understand the deeper currents of psychological transformation. These are the birth pangs of the authentic self, the labor pains of individuation, the necessary discomfort that precedes all genuine psychological rebirth. Jung spoke of enantiodromia, the tendency of all psychological states to eventually turn into their opposites when carried to an extreme. The person who has been living too long in the light must eventually encounter their darkness. The one who has been too focused on order must eventually embrace chaos. The one who has been too concerned with building must eventually learn the sacred art of dismantling. This is not a punishment or a pathology. It is the psyche's natural mechanism for maintaining balance, for preventing any one aspect of the personality from becoming so overdeveloped that it disconnects us from the wholeness of our being. It is the wisdom of the unconscious asserting itself, reminding us that growth requires not just addition, but subtraction, not just accumulation, but release, not just creation, but destruction. For those called to be destroyer creators, this principle operates with particular intensity. You cannot create something genuinely new while clinging to the old. You cannot birth authentic selfhood while maintaining false persona identities. You cannot step into your true power while remaining invested in the approval of those who would prefer you to stay small, safe, and predictable. The call beyond the familiar shore is therefore a call to psychological courage, the courage to disappoint others' expectations of you, the courage to let die whatever needs to die within you, the courage to stand alone in the space between what was and what will be, holding the tension of uncertainty while the new slowly gestates in the darkness of not knowing. This courage is not the brash heroics of youth, but the deeper courage of the mature soul, who has learned that true strength lies not in forcing outcomes, but in surrendering to the deeper intelligence of the psyche, not in controlling the process of transformation, but in serving it with devotion and trust. It is the courage of the mystic who steps into the cloud of unknowing, the courage of the artist who destroys their masterpiece to create something truer, the courage of the spiritual seeker who releases their cherished beliefs to make space for direct experience. The familiar shore represents everything you have known yourself to be: your history, your habits, your relationships, your career, your beliefs about reality, your carefully constructed sense of identity. It is solid ground, familiar territory, the known world where you have learned to navigate with skill and confidence. But it is also limited ground, finite territory, a world whose horizons have become too narrow to contain the vastness of what you are becoming. The call beckons you toward uncharted waters, toward territories of the soul that cannot be mapped in advance, toward aspects of yourself that exist in potential but have never been actualized. It is a call to adventure in the deepest sense, not the external adventure of geographic exploration, but the inner adventure of psychological expansion, the quest for the treasure that lies hidden in the depths of your own being. But this call does not come without its terrors. The familiar shore, however limiting, offers the comfort of the known. To answer the call means to release your grip on certainty, to step into the vulnerability of not knowing, to trust in a process whose outcome cannot be guaranteed. It means accepting that you may lose everything you thought you were in order to discover everything you truly are. The unconscious speaks to us in symbols and metaphors because the rational mind cannot directly comprehend the magnitude of what it is being asked to undertake. If the ego consciousness fully understood what individuation actually requires, what it would have to release, what it would have to endure, what it would have to become, it might never begin the journey at all. And so the psyche is merciful in its wisdom, revealing the path only one step at a time, allowing us to discover gradually what we are capable of, what we can endure, what we can become. The call comes first as a whisper, a subtle dissatisfaction with life as it is. You find yourself questioning things you once accepted without examination. You feel drawn to books, ideas, conversations, experiences that your previous self would have avoided or dismissed. You begin to notice patterns in your life that you had never seen before, synchronicities that seem to point towards some larger meaning or purpose. Then the whisper becomes a voice, more insistent, harder to ignore. The dissatisfaction deepens into a kind of existential restlessness that cannot be soothed by any external remedy. Sleep becomes fitful, filled with dreams that feel more real than waking life. Relationships that once felt stable begin to reveal their limitations. Work that once provided satisfaction begins to feel like a form of spiritual suffocation. And finally, if you continue to resist, the voice becomes a roar, a crisis that can no longer be ignored, a breakdown that is actually a breakthrough, a dark night of the soul that strips away everything inessential and leaves you standing naked before the truth of what you are and what you are called to become. This is the pattern of the call beyond the familiar shore, gentle at first, then increasingly urgent, until finally it becomes a force that cannot be denied without grave cost to the soul. For the psyche will not be ignored indefinitely. It will find a way to get your attention, even if it must use crisis, illness, loss, or breakdown as its messenger. Those who carry the archetypal pattern of the destroyer-creator often experience this call with particular intensity because their role requires them to dismantle not just their own limiting structures, but often the limiting structures of the collective consciousness around them. They are called not just to their own individuation, but to serve as catalysts for the individuation of others, to be agents of collective transformation, to carry the energy of necessary change into communities, organizations, relationships, and cultural systems that have become stagnant or corrupt. This is why the call feels so overwhelming, so fraught with responsibility and consequence. It is not just about your personal liberation, though that is part of it. It is about your willingness to serve as a vessel for forces of transformation that are larger than your individual ego, to become a conduit for the deep intelligence of the collective unconscious that seeks to evolve through conscious human participation. The spiritual traditions have always recognized this type of calling. They speak of it as the shamanic initiation, the dark night of the soul, the belly of the whale, the descent into hell, the death and resurrection mystery. These are not merely metaphors. They are accurate descriptions of psychological processes that occur when the soul is called to its deepest work, when consciousness is invited to expand beyond its current limitations, when the false self must die so that the true self can be born. But in our modern world, we have lost much of the wisdom that would help us recognize and navigate these initiatory experiences. We have pathologized what previous cultures honored as sacred. We have medicated what they celebrated as visionary. We have isolated what they understood as communal and cyclical. And so many souls who receive this call find themselves alone and confused, interpreting their spiritual emergency as psychological, breakdown, their sacred symptoms as personal failure. This is why it is so important to understand the call beyond the familiar shore for what it truly is, not a sign that something is wrong with you, but a sign that something is profoundly right with you, that your soul has reached a level of development where it can no longer tolerate living below its true capacity, where it is ready to undertake the great work of becoming who you really are beneath all the layers of conditioning and adaptation. The familiar shore is the world of the collective persona, the realm of how things are done and what people expect, and the way we've always done it. It is the world of inherited assumptions, unexamined beliefs, automatic responses, and unconscious patterns. It is the world where you learn to fit in, to be acceptable, to function within the systems that already existed when you arrived. But beyond that, shore lies the vast ocean of possibility, the realm of the self with a capital S, that deeper center of being that Jung distinguished from the small ego self, that transcendent function that serves as the organizing principle of the whole personality, that connects us to meanings and purposes larger than our personal comfort and security. The journey from shore to ocean, from ego to self, from persona to authentic being, is the journey of individuation, the process by which we become who we truly are rather than who we have been taught to be. It is the most important journey any human being can undertake, and it is the journey that those called to be destroyer-creators must inevitably make, for they cannot fulfill their archetypal function while remaining identified with the collective consciousness they are meant to transform. This is why the call feels so urgent, so compelling, so impossible to ignore once it has truly begun. It is not just your personal development at stake. It is your soul's purpose, your reason for incarnating, your unique contribution to the ongoing evolution of human consciousness. To turn away from this call is to turn away from life itself, to choose spiritual death over spiritual birth, to remain forever exiled from the country of your own authentic being. And yet, answering the call requires everything you think you have, everything you think you are, everything you think you know about yourself and the world. It requires a willingness to be unmade and remade, to be dissolved and reconstituted, to die to one way of being so that another way of being can emerge. It requires what the mystics have always called faith, not belief in doctrines or dogmas, but trust in the deeper wisdom of the psyche, confidence in the transformative power of truth, willingness to follow the golden thread of authentic longing wherever it may lead. The call comes with no guarantees, no promises of safety or comfort or ease. In fact, it promises the opposite: difficulty, uncertainty, periods of profound disorientation and confusion. Times when you will question everything you thought you knew about yourself and reality. It promises what Jung called the dark night of the soul, what the alchemists called the negredo, what the mystics called the desert experience, periods of spiritual drought and psychological winter, when all external supports fall away and you are left alone with the bare bones of your being. But it also promises something that nothing else can provide: the possibility of authentic existence, the chance to live from your true center rather than from borrowed personas, the opportunity to discover what lies buried beneath layers of conditioning and adaptation, the gift of becoming a unique expression of the universal creative force rather than a carbon copy of collective expectations. This is why some souls cannot resist the call, no matter how difficult the journey promises to be. They would rather die trying to become authentic than live successfully as imposters. They would rather fail at being themselves than succeed at being someone else. They sense, perhaps without being able to articulate it clearly, that there is something worse than death. And that is a life unlived, a potential unrealized, a soul that never dared to answer its deepest calling. The familiar shore begins to lose its appeal when you realize that staying there means accepting a kind of slow spiritual starvation, a gradual deadening of the very qualities that make you most alive. Safety becomes a prison when it prevents growth. Security becomes a coffin when it stifles authenticity. Comfort becomes a drug when it numbs you to the deeper currents of meaning and purpose that want to flow through your life. And so the soul begins to hunger for something it cannot name, to yearn for territories it has never seen, to feel homesick for a country it has never visited. This is the beginning of the great longing that drives all genuine spiritual seeking, the recognition that you are not yet who you are meant to be, that you are living below your true capacity, that there are depths within you that have never been explored, heights within you that have never been scaled. The call comes differently to each soul, but it always comes with the same essential message. The time has come to leave behind what is safe and familiar and venture into what is uncertain but authentic. The time has come to stop living someone else's life and begin living your own. The time has come to stop being who others need you to be and start being who you truly are. For those destined to serve as destroyer creators, this call carries an additional dimension of weight and responsibility. They are being called not just to their own transformation, but to serve as catalysts for transformation in the world around them. They are being invited to take on the archetypal role of the one who ends cycles, who clears away what has outlived its purpose, who makes space for new forms of life and consciousness to emerge. This is both an honor and a burden, for it means accepting a level of responsibility that goes far beyond personal development or self-improvement. It means becoming a vessel for forces of change that are larger than your individual will or preference. It means aligning yourself with the deep intelligence of the cosmos that is always seeking to evolve, to complexify, to create more beautiful and conscious forms of existence. The destroyer-creator archetype appears in every culture and tradition because it represents a necessary function in the ongoing evolution of consciousness. Shiva dancing the cosmic dance of destruction and creation. Kali with her necklace of severed heads representing the death of illusion. The phoenix burning itself to ashes so that it might be reborn. The fool stepping off the cliff into empty space, trusting in forces beyond rational comprehension. These are not merely mythological figures, they are psychological realities, archetypal patterns that exist within the collective unconscious and that seek expression through individual human lives. When you feel called to be a destroyer creator, you are being invited to embody this archetype, to allow it to work through you, to become a conscious participant in the cosmic process of death and rebirth that keeps all life vital and evolving. But this invitation comes with its own unique form of suffering. The destroyer creator must often stand alone, for their vision of what needs to change and what needs to emerge is usually ahead of their time, usually threatening to those who have invested their identity and security in maintaining things as they are. They must learn to tolerate being misunderstood, maligned, rejected by those they seek to serve through their destructive creative work. This is the loneliness of the prophet, the isolation of the visionary, the burden of the one who sees what others cannot yet see. It requires a kind of spiritual courage that few are willing to develop, a willingness to be right alone rather than wrong with the crowd, a capacity to trust your inner knowing, even when it contradicts the outer consensus reality. The call beyond the familiar shore is therefore simultaneously a call to freedom and a call to responsibility, a call to power and a call to service, a call to individuation and a call to participation in something far larger than your individual life. It asks you to become fully yourself so that you can serve something beyond yourself. It invites you to claim your authentic power so that you can use it in service of the greater good. This paradox is built into the very nature of true spiritual development. The more fully you become yourself, the more clearly you see how connected you are to everything else. The more you discover your unique gifts and capacities, the more you understand how those gifts are meant to serve the larger web of life. The more you differentiate yourself from the collective, the more you become capable of truly serving the collective's highest good. But the journey begins with the courage to leave the familiar shore, to stop trying to be what others expect you to be, to stop living the life you think you should live, and begin living the life that is actually yours to live. It begins with the recognition that you have been asleep, that you have been living in a kind of spiritual hibernation, that the time has come to wake up to the fullness of what you are and what you are capable of becoming. The shore you are leaving behind is not evil or wrong. It has served its purpose in your development. It has given you the foundation you needed, the skills you required, the experiences that have prepared you for this moment of departure. But like a snake that must shed its skin in order to grow, you must be willing to release what has become too small to contain your expanding consciousness. This requires what Jung called a sacrifice of the ego, not the destruction of the ego, but its willing subordination to the larger wisdom of the self. The ego must learn to serve rather than to rule, to follow rather than to lead, to trust rather than to control. It must give up its fantasy of being the center of the psychological universe and accept its role as a faithful servant of the deeper intelligence that seeks to express itself through your life. This sacrifice is terrifying to the ego mind because it feels like death, and in a sense, it is death. It is the death of who you thought you were, the death of the stories you have told yourself about your life, the death of the future you had planned based on the past you have known. But it is also birth, the birth of who you truly are, the birth of stories that arise from authentic experience rather than borrowed expectation, the birth of a future that emerges from the creative depths of your being rather than from the limited imagination of your conditioned mind. The familiar shore is the realm of the known self, the catalogued self, the self that can be explained and predicted and controlled. But beyond that shore lies the realm of the unknown self, the mysterious self, the self that exists in potential and can only be discovered through the courage to venture into uncharted psychological territory. This unknown self is not empty or void. It is pregnant with possibilities that your current consciousness cannot even imagine. It contains gifts you do not know you possess, capacities you have never developed, aspects of your being that have been waiting in the wings of consciousness for the right moment to make their entrance onto the stage of your life. But these potentials can only be accessed through the willingness to release your grip on who you think you are. They can only emerge through the creation of empty space, through the dismantling of structures that have become too rigid to allow for growth, through the death of identities that have served their time and must now make way for new forms of selfhood to emerge. This is why the call beyond the familiar shore feels so apocalyptic, so absolute, so final, because in a sense it is. It is the end of one world and the beginning of another. It is the conclusion of one chapter of your life and the opening of a new one that will be written in a language you do not yet speak, in a style you have not yet mastered, with characters and themes and plot developments that you cannot anticipate from your current vantage point. The courage to answer this call requires what we might call apocalyptic consciousness, the willingness to live in the tension between endings and beginnings, the capacity to hold space for destruction and creation simultaneously, the ability to find your center in the eye of the hurricane of transformation, rather than trying to resist the winds of change. This consciousness is not morbid or depressive. It is ecstatic in the truest sense of the word, meaning to stand outside of or to be transported beyond ordinary consciousness. It is the consciousness of the mystic who has learned to find God in the void, of the artist who has learned to find beauty in brokenness, of the spiritual warrior who has learned to find strength in surrender. When you begin to cultivate this apocalyptic consciousness, everything changes. You stop trying to make life conform to your expectations and begin learning how to dance with life's deeper rhythms. You stop trying to control outcomes and begin learning how to influence process. You stop trying to force growth and begin learning how to create conditions where growth can occur naturally. This shift in consciousness is itself a form of dying and being reborn, The part of you that insisted on certainty must die, so that the part of you that can thrive in uncertainty can be born. The part of you that demanded guarantees must die, so that the part of you that can live by faith can emerge. The part of you that needed to know the destination must die, so that the part of you that can find joy in the journey can awaken. The call beyond the familiar shore is therefore a call to this kind of consciousness, flexible, adaptive, responsive to the deeper currents of life, rather than attached to surface preferences. It is consciousness that has learned to find its security not in external circumstances, but in the unchanging depths of being that lie beneath all circumstances. It is consciousness that has discovered its true home not in any particular place or role or relationship, but in the eternal mystery of existence itself. As you stand on the shore of your familiar life, feeling the pull of these deeper waters, you may find yourself oscillating between excitement and terror, between anticipation and dread. This is natural and necessary. You are being asked to undertake something that no amount of preparation can fully ready you for, something that requires you to develop capacities you do not yet possess, something that will demand everything you have and more. The terror is the ego's recognition that it is being asked to step into the unknown without guarantees of survival. The excitement is the soul's recognition that it is finally being invited to express its true nature, to fulfill its authentic purpose, to become what it has always been in potential, but has never been in actuality. Both responses are valid and important. The terror keeps you grounded in reality, honest about the magnitude of what you are undertaking, humble before the forces you are engaging with. The excitement provides the energy and motivation you will need to sustain yourself through the difficult periods of transition, to remember why you began this journey when everything seems to be falling apart around you. The call beyond the familiar shore is ultimately a call to trust. Trust in your deepest intuition. Trust in the wisdom of the psyche. Trust in the benevolent intelligence that underlies all existence. Trust in your own capacity to navigate whatever challenges the journey may bring. It is a call to live from faith rather than from fear, from love rather than from survival, from authentic selfhood rather than from borrowed persona. This trust cannot be manufactured or forced. It can only be cultivated through practice, through small acts of courage that gradually build your capacity for larger acts of courage, through small experiments in authenticity that gradually prepare you for more radical expressions of truth, through small steps into the unknown that gradually develop your ability to navigate entirely uncharted territory. The call comes to you because you are ready, even if you do not feel ready, even if you cannot imagine how you will manage what is being asked of you. The psyche does not make mistakes. It does not call souls to journeys they are incapable of completing. It does not present challenges that are beyond their ultimate capacity to meet. It does not invite transformations that will destroy rather than evolve consciousness. You are being called because you have developed the psychological and spiritual resources necessary to undertake this journey, even if those resources are still largely unconscious, even if you have never had occasion to test them against the kind of challenges that lie ahead. The call itself is evidence of your readiness, proof that the time has come for the next stage of your development to begin. And so you stand on the shore, feeling the ancient pull of the sea, hearing the eternal call to adventure, sensing the presence of a larger story that wants to unfold through your life. The boat that will carry you into the unknown waters of your own, becoming rocks gently in the waves, waiting for you to step aboard, to cast off the lines that have held you to the safety of the known world. The familiar shore will always be there, should you choose to return, but you will never be the same person who left it. For the call beyond the familiar shore is not just an invitation to travel. It is an invitation to transformation, to metamorphosis, to the kind of change that alters not just where you are, but who you are at the deepest levels of being. The time has come, dear soul, to answer the call that has been stirring in your depths. The time has come to trust the wisdom that moves through you, to honor the longing that will not be silenced, to step into the larger story that has been waiting for your participation. The time has come to leave the familiar shore and set sail for the undiscovered country of your own authentic existence. For you are not meant to live a small life, a safe life, a life that fits comfortably within the expectations of others. You are meant to live a life that expresses the fullness of your being, that contributes to the ongoing evolution of consciousness, that serves as a bridge between what has been and what is trying to emerge. You are meant to live a life that matters, not just to you, but to the larger community of souls who are also struggling to awaken from the sleep of collective unconsciousness. The call beyond the familiar shore is your invitation to such a life. It is your invitation to join the company of those who have chosen growth over safety, truth over comfort, authentic being over acceptable persona. It is your invitation to become what Jung called an individuated human being, someone who has learned to live from their true center, someone who has integrated their shadow and claimed their light, someone who has found their unique way of serving the greater good while remaining utterly true to themselves. This is the great work of our time, not just personal development or self-improvement, but the conscious evolution of human consciousness itself, the gradual transformation of our species from a collection of unconscious individuals into a community of awakened souls who know how to live in harmony with themselves, with each other, and with the larger web of life of which we are all part. The call beyond the familiar shore is therefore not just about your personal journey. It is about your participation in this larger evolutionary process, your willingness to become a conscious agent of transformation, your readiness to let your life serve as a laboratory for the development of new forms of human consciousness that can address the challenges and opportunities of our rapidly changing world. The shore you are leaving represents not just your personal past, but the collective past of humanity, our adolescent phase as a species, our time of unconscious growth and development, our period of learning to survive and thrive in the material world. But we are now being called to a new phase of development, a more mature relationship with consciousness and creativity, a more sophisticated understanding of our role in the ongoing evolution of life itself. Those who hear the call beyond the familiar shore are the pioneers of this new phase, the scouts who venture into uncharted territory to discover what is possible for human consciousness when it is freed from the limitations of collective unconsciousness, when it is willing to take responsibility for its own development, when it chooses to serve the highest good rather than merely personal survival and comfort. This is why the call feels so urgent in our time, why so many souls are simultaneously feeling the pull toward deeper authenticity and more meaningful existence. We are living in a time of collective transformation, a time when the old forms of consciousness are revealing their limitations and new forms are struggling to be born. We are living in what Jung called a time of enantiodromia for our entire species, a time when many of our collective values and assumptions are being turned inside out, when what seemed solid is revealing itself to be fluid, when what seemed permanent is showing its temporary nature. In such times, the souls who are called to be destroyer creators serve a vital function. They are the ones who help to midwife the death of forms that have outlived their usefulness. They are the ones who have the courage to speak truth to power, to challenge systems that have become corrupt or stagnant, to envision and work toward new possibilities that most people cannot yet imagine. But they can only fulfill this function if They first answer the personal call to leave their own familiar shores, to undertake their own journey of individuation, to become conscious of their own shadow, and to integrate it into a larger wholeness. For you cannot give what you do not have. You cannot teach what you have not learned. You cannot lead others into territories you have not explored yourself. The call beyond the familiar shore is therefore a call to your own personal work of transformation, but it is also a call to recognize how that personal work serves a larger purpose, how your individual journey of awakening contributes to the collective awakening of our species, how your willingness to answer the call creates permission and possibility for others to answer their own calls. This is the profound responsibility and the profound gift of those who carry the destroyer-creator archetype. They are called to be pioneers of consciousness, explorers of the possible, bridges between what has been and what might be. They are called to live lives that demonstrate new ways of being human, new ways of relating to themselves and others and the world, new ways of finding meaning and purpose in existence. But first, they must find the courage to step away from the familiar shore, to board the vessel of their own becoming, to set sail into waters that no map has charted, trusting in the compass of their deepest knowing to guide them toward the lands of their own authentic existence. The call is sounding now, dear soul. Can you hear it? Can you feel it stirring in your bones, whispering in your dreams, singing in your blood? Can you sense the vast ocean of possibility that lies beyond the narrow confines of your current life? Can you imagine what might be possible if you found the courage to answer, to let go of the safety of the known and venture into the creative chaos of the unknown? The familiar shore will not hold you much longer. The tide is turning, the winds are shifting, the moment of departure draws near. Soon you will have to choose. Will you cling to what has been, or will you surrender to what is trying to become? Will you remain on the safe shore of collective unconsciousness, or will you brave the open waters of individual awakening? The choice is yours, but the call is not yours to make. It comes from depths beyond your personal will, from the self that knows your true purpose, from the archetypal forces that shape human destiny. It comes with the authority of life itself, with the urgency of evolution, with the invitation to participate consciously in the great work of becoming fully human. Listen carefully, dear traveler, and you will hear it, the call beyond the familiar shore, the summons to the great adventure of authentic existence, the invitation to live a life worthy of the soul that chose to incarnate through you. The boat is waiting, the wind is rising, the journey of a lifetime is about to begin. Will you answer the call? In the depths of your being, where light has never penetrated and where you dare not look, lives a force that society has taught you to fear, to deny, to push down into the furthest corners of your consciousness. It is the shadow, that repository of all the qualities, impulses, and potentials that you have been told are unacceptable, dangerous, wrong. But what if everything you have been taught about this darkness is itself a shadow, a projection of collective fear that has blinded us to one of the most essential gifts the psyche has to offer? Jung understood what the moralists and the conformists could not, that the shadow is not simply a collection of evil impulses to be overcome, but a storehouse of disowned power, rejected vitality, and suppressed creativity that must be reclaimed if the individual is to become whole. More than this, he recognized that for those called to serve as agents of transformation, the shadow often contains precisely the qualities needed to fulfill their destructive creative function in the world. Think of it this way: if your role is to end what has outlived its purpose, to challenge systems that have become corrupt, to speak truths that others find uncomfortable, to disrupt patterns that have become stagnant, Then you will need access to qualities that polite society considers destructive. You will need the capacity for sacred rage, for necessary rebellion, for the kind of fierce authenticity that cuts through pretense and illusion like a sword through silk. These qualities live in your shadow not because they are evil, but because they are dangerous to the status quo, threatening to those who have invested their security in maintaining things as they are. From childhood, you were taught to suppress your natural capacity for disruption, your instinctive resistance to false authority, your innate ability to see through social masks and collective delusions. You were taught that these were flaws to be corrected rather than gifts to be developed. But the shadow always contains what consciousness needs next for its development. When you have been living too long in the light of social acceptability, when you have become too identified with being good, nice, appropriate, helpful, then the shadow emerges to restore balance, to remind you of the parts of yourself that you have sacrificed in your attempt to belong, to fit in, to avoid conflict or disapproval. For the destroyer-creator, this shadow emergence often manifests as what others perceive as a personality change, a sudden rebelliousness, an inexplicable urge to upset apple carts that everyone else prefers to leave undisturbed. You may find yourself saying things you have never said before, feeling things you have never allowed yourself to feel, wanting things that contradict everything you thought you knew about yourself. This is not a breakdown. It is a breakthrough. It is the return of your disowned power, the resurrection of your authentic fire, the emergence of qualities that have been waiting in the unconscious for the moment when they would be needed for your soul's true work. The shadow is not your enemy. It is your ally in the great work of becoming whole, of integrating all aspects of your being into a unified field of authentic selfhood. But this integration requires a fundamental shift in how you understand the nature of destruction itself. In the collective consciousness, destruction is always seen as negative, as something to be avoided, as the opposite of creation. But in the depths of the psyche, destruction and creation are revealed to be two faces of the same cosmic process, two movements in the eternal dance of transformation that keeps all life vital and evolving. Nothing new can be born until something old dies. No authentic self can emerge until the false self is dismantled. No genuine community can form until toxic patterns of relating are dissolved. No healthy organization can thrive until corrupt structures are transformed. The shadow holds the energy needed for this sacred work of dissolution, the holy anger that sees through false harmony, the divine discontent that refuses to settle for less than truth. When you begin to reclaim your shadow, you discover that much of what you thought was your darkness is actually your light, but light that has been distorted by repression, power that has been twisted by suppression, creativity that has been perverted by denial. The rage you feel when you encounter injustice is not your neurosis. It is your passion for justice. The resistance you feel to false authority is not your stubbornness. It is your integrity refusing to be compromised. The urge you feel to tear down what is fake is not your destructiveness. It is your creativity demanding authentic materials to work with. This reframing of the shadow requires enormous courage because it means taking responsibility for aspects of yourself that you have spent years disowning, projecting onto others, or trying to eliminate. It means acknowledging that you are not the nice, compliant, always positive person you may have tried to be, but a complex being capable of the full spectrum of human emotion and response. But this acknowledgement is liberating rather than damaging when you understand it correctly. You are not being asked to become cruel, selfish, or destructive in the conventional sense. You are being invited to reclaim the fierce compassion that can say no to what harms life, the protective love that can fight for what it values, the spiritual warrior's courage that can face darkness without being consumed by it. The shadow of the destroyer-creator often contains qualities like righteous anger, fierce independence, intolerance for falsehood, impatience with mediocrity, and a capacity for seeing through social facades that others prefer to maintain. These are not character flaws. They are essential tools for the work of transformation, instruments that must be sharpened and refined rather than dulled or discarded. But the integration of these qualities requires wisdom as well as courage. Raw shadow energy can be devastating if it is not channeled consciously, if it is not tempered by compassion, if it is not guided by a genuine desire to serve life rather than to satisfy personal resentments or inflate the ego. The shadow must be befriended, not unleashed, integrated, not indulged, transformed into conscious power rather than allowed to run wild as unconscious compulsion. This process of shadow integration is what Jung called the opus contra naturam, the work against nature, meaning against our natural tendency to avoid difficulty, to seek pleasure and avoid pain, to maintain the illusion of being wholly good and righteous. It requires going against the grain of social conditioning, challenging the collective agreement to keep certain truths hidden, refusing to participate in the conspiracy of niceness that often masks profound dishonesty and spiritual cowardice. As you begin this work, you may find that others react with alarm, confusion, or hostility to the changes they observe in you. Those who knew you as always agreeable may be disturbed by your newfound capacity to disagree. Those who relied on your tendency to accommodate may be threatened by your growing willingness to set boundaries. Those who benefited from your self-suppression may resist your movement toward self-expression. This resistance from others is often the shadow's first gift to you. It forces you to choose between your authentic development and other people's comfort, between your truth and their expectations, between your growth and their preference for you to remain static and predictable. It teaches you that you cannot individuate while remaining completely acceptable to everyone, that becoming yourself necessarily means disappointing some people's images of who they need you to be. This is where the destructive aspect of your shadow serves your creative development. Your willingness to destroy false harmony creates space for authentic relationship. Your willingness to tear down facades creates opportunity for genuine intimacy. Your willingness to end patterns that no longer serve creates possibility for new patterns that serve better. But the shadow's gift goes deeper than interpersonal dynamics. At its core, shadow integration for the destroyer-creator is about reclaiming your fundamental right to exist as you truly are rather than as others need you to be. It is about discovering that you do not need anyone's permission to be yourself, that you do not owe anyone a version of yourself that makes them comfortable, that your primary responsibility is to the truth of your own being rather than to the maintenance of other people's illusions. This discovery can feel like a kind of madness at first, because it contradicts everything you have been taught about how to be a good person, how to maintain relationships, how to function in society. You may go through periods of feeling like you are becoming someone you do not recognize, someone who seems selfish, difficult, unreasonable compared to who you used to be. But this is the shadow's way of teaching you that who you used to be was not your true self. It was an adaptation, a survival strategy, a persona constructed to meet external demands rather than to express internal reality. The shadow emerges to show you all the parts of yourself that you sacrificed in the name of being acceptable, all the power you gave away in the attempt to be loved, all the truth you suppressed in the effort to avoid conflict. The gift of necessary destruction that the shadow offers is therefore first and foremost the destruction of false selfhood, the dismantling of personas that have become prisons, the dissolution of identities that were never truly yours to begin with. This destruction feels terrifying because the ego has become identified with these false structures, has mistaken them for your actual being rather than recognizing them as temporary constructions that served a developmental purpose, but must now be outgrown. As this false self begins to crumble under the pressure of emerging authenticity, you may experience what feels like a complete personality dissolution, a dark night of the soul where nothing feels solid or reliable anymore. This is the shadow's gift of creative chaos, the necessary period of unmaking that must precede any genuine remaking, the fallow time that allows new seeds of selfhood to take root in soil that has been cleared of old growth. During this period, you may find yourself drawn to expressions of creativity, sexuality, spirituality, or intellectual exploration that your previous self would have found shocking or inappropriate. You may discover capacities for leadership, vision, or influence that you never knew you possessed. You may feel called to work, relationships, or life paths that seem to contradict everything others thought they knew about you. This is not regression or acting out. This is progression toward wholeness, the natural result of allowing previously unconscious aspects of your personality to emerge into conscious expression. The shadow is returning your disowned gold, offering back the treasures you buried in the attempt to be acceptable to others who were not capable of appreciating the fullness of what you are. But the shadow's gift of destruction operates not only within the personal sphere, it extends to your relationship with the collective structures around you. As you reclaim your own authenticity, you inevitably become more sensitive to the inauthenticity of the systems, institutions, and cultural patterns that surround you. Your growing wholeness makes you less tolerant of collective fragmentation. Your increasing truth makes you allergic to collective lies. This is when the destroyer-creator begins to fulfill their archetypal function in the world. Their personal shadow work prepares them to see and challenge the collective shadow, to name the unnameable, to speak the unspeakable, to make conscious what society prefers to keep unconscious. They become capable of destroying not out of malice or revenge, but out of love for what is true and possible, out of service to life's need for ongoing renewal and evolution. The qualities that emerge from your integrated shadow, your capacity for fierce truth-telling, your refusal to enable dysfunction, your willingness to end relationships and situations that have become toxic, your ability to see through collective delusions. These are not character defects to be managed, but spiritual gifts to be developed and offered in service of the greater good. This transformation of shadow into gift requires a fundamental reorientation of your relationship to conflict, endings, and disruption. Instead of seeing these as failures or problems to be avoided, you begin to recognize them as necessary aspects of any healthy system, as natural expressions of life's tendency to shed what no longer serves in order to make space for what wants to emerge. You learn to distinguish between destruction that serves life and destruction that opposes it, between endings that create possibility and endings that merely express unconscious resentment, between disruption that catalyzes growth and disruption that simply creates chaos. This discernment is the wisdom that transforms shadow into medicine, that alchemizes rejected aspects of self into conscious tools for service. The shadow teaches you that you do not have to be nice to be good, that you do not have to be agreeable to be loving, that you do not have to be comfortable to be at peace. It shows you forms of goodness that include fierceness, forms of love that include boundaries, forms of peace that include the willingness to engage in necessary conflict. This is perhaps the most radical gift the shadow offers to those called to be destroyer creators. The recognition that sometimes the most loving thing you can do is to refuse to enable someone's dysfunction, that sometimes the most helpful thing you can do is to allow someone to experience the consequences of their choices. That sometimes the most compassionate thing you can do is to end a relationship or situation that has become mutually destructive. These actions feel like betrayal to the part of you that was trained to be endlessly accommodating, endlessly forgiving, endlessly patient with behavior that damages life. But they feel like homecoming to the part of you that knows that true love sometimes requires tough choices, that genuine compassion sometimes demands difficult boundaries, that authentic service sometimes means refusing to participate in collective patterns that perpetuate suffering. As you integrate these shadow gifts, you begin to understand that your capacity for necessary destruction is not separate from your capacity for creation. It is the other side of the same coin, the complementary movement in the same dance. You cannot create something genuinely new while enabling the perpetuation of what is false or harmful. You cannot birth authentic community while participating in toxic dynamics. You cannot serve life's evolution while supporting patterns that resist growth and change. The shadow reveals itself to be not your enemy but your ally in the work of conscious evolution, not your darkness but your light that has been forced to shine in places where others prefer to remain blind. It offers you back the parts of yourself that you will need for the work ahead, the strength to stand alone when necessary, the courage to speak truth to power, the wisdom to know when something has reached its natural end and must be allowed to die so that something new can be born. This is the shadow's ultimate gift to those called beyond the familiar shore, the recognition that you already possess within yourself everything you need for the journey ahead, even if much of it exists in forms that you have been taught to fear or reject. Your darkness is not your obstacle, it is your fuel. Your destructive capacity is not your curse, it is your superpower. Your willingness to end what needs ending is not your pathology, it is your sacred function. The time has come to embrace this gift, to welcome home the exiled aspects of your being, to integrate the shadow's fierce wisdom into your conscious personality. For you cannot answer the call beyond the familiar shore while leaving half of yourself behind. You cannot undertake the journey of authentic becoming while rejecting the very qualities that will make that journey possible. The shadow's gift of necessary destruction is not a burden to be carried but a treasure to be claimed, not a problem to be solved but a mystery to be embraced, not a weakness to be overcome but a strength to be developed and refined in service of life's deepest needs for renewal, regeneration, and conscious evolution. There comes a moment in every authentic journey of awakening when you realize with crystalline clarity that you are walking a path that few understand and even fewer are willing to walk themselves. You have answered the call beyond the familiar shore. You have begun to integrate the shadow's gifts of necessary destruction, and now you find yourself in a territory that feels both sacred and profoundly lonely, the realm of the individuated soul who must carry their light through the collective darkness of unconscious humanity. This is the hermit's burden and the hermit's glory, to become a keeper of the flame of authentic consciousness in a world that has largely fallen asleep to its own deeper possibilities, like the archetypal hermit in the tarot, who stands alone on a mountain peak holding aloft a lantern that illuminates the path for other seekers. You find yourself occupying a position of necessary solitude, bearing witness to truths that others are not yet ready to perceive, holding space for realities that exist in potential but have not yet manifested in collective awareness. The loneliness of this position cannot be understated or romanticized. It is a bone-deep solitude that comes from seeing what others cannot see, from knowing what others refuse to know, from being called to a level of responsibility and consciousness that most prefer to avoid. You look around at the world of human relationships, institutions, and cultural patterns, and you see the unconsciousness that operates beneath the surface, the collective agreements to avoid truth, the shared investments in maintaining illusions, the mass participation in patterns that perpetuate suffering and prevent growth. This seeing is both a gift and a curse. It is the gift of clarity, of awakened perception, of the capacity to perceive reality as it actually is, rather than as we wish it were or as we have been taught it should be. But it is also the curse of isolation, of being set apart from the comfortable consensus trance that allows most people to move through life without confronting the deeper questions of existence, meaning, and authentic relationship. Jung himself experienced this profound solitude during his own confrontation with the unconscious, the period he later called his creative illness, when he descended into the depths of his own psyche and emerged with insights that would revolutionize our understanding of human consciousness. He wrote of feeling completely alone in his discoveries, of being unable to share with anyone the visions and revelations that were transforming his understanding of reality. He had to learn to be his own companion in the journey toward truth, to find in his relationship with the unconscious the fellowship that he could not find in the ordinary world of social relationships. This is the initiation that every true spiritual pioneer must undergo, the period of walking alone in the wilderness of their own becoming, of learning to trust their inner guidance when all external authorities seem either irrelevant or actively opposed to their development, of finding their way by the light of their own authentic knowing when all the familiar guideposts have lost their meaning. For those called to be destroyer creators, this hermit phase is particularly intense because their vision of what needs to change often puts them at odds not just with specific individuals or groups, but with entire cultural systems and ways of being that are deeply embedded in the collective psyche. They see the shadow of the collective, the denied aspects of our shared humanity that express themselves through systemic oppression, environmental destruction, spiritual materialism, and the countless ways that human societies organize themselves around fear rather than love, scarcity rather than abundance, separation rather than connection. This vision can be overwhelming, for it reveals the magnitude of the work that needs to be done, the depth of the healing that humanity requires, the extent of the transformation that must occur if our species is to evolve beyond its current level of consciousness. It can lead to periods of despair, rage, or paralysis as you grapple with the seeming impossibility of the task, the apparent futility of individual action in the face of such massive collective unconsciousness. But this is where the hermit's lantern becomes essential, not just as a light for your own path, but as a beacon of possibility for others who are also struggling to find their way in the darkness of collective confusion. Your willingness to carry the flame of authentic consciousness, even when you must carry it alone, creates a field of permission for others to begin their own journey toward truth. Your capacity to stand in the space between what is and what could be demonstrates that such a space exists, that transformation is possible, that the darkness is not absolute or permanent. The hermit's path requires a fundamental reorientation of where you seek validation, support, and companionship. You must learn to find in your relationship with the transpersonal self what you once sought in your relationships with other people. You must discover in your connection to the eternal what you once looked for in temporal circumstances. You must locate in the depths of your own being the source of meaning and purpose that you once projected onto external achievements or recognitions. This is not a withdrawal from life or from relationship. It is a deepening into the source from which all authentic life and relationship must flow. The hermit does not reject human connection. They simply refuse to participate in unconscious forms of connection that perpetuate illusion and prevent growth. They hold out for relationships that can honor the fullness of what they have become, for communities that can appreciate the gifts they have developed through their solitary journey, for forms of service that can utilize the wisdom they have gained in their wilderness wanderings. But this holding out requires enormous patience and trust, for the world is slow to recognize the value of what the hermit has to offer. The gifts of the individuated soul, the capacity for authentic relationship, the wisdom that comes from shadow integration, the vision that emerges from direct experience of the unconscious. These are treasures that most people are not yet ready to receive, medicines that the collective patient is not yet ready to swallow. And so the hermit must learn to be custodian of their own gifts, to value what they have discovered even when others cannot recognize its worth, to continue developing their capacities even when there seems to be no immediate outlet for their expression. They must find ways to stay connected to the passion that drove their initial departure from the familiar shore, to remember why they began this journey even when they cannot see where it is leading. This requires what we might call hermit consciousness, a way of being that finds its center not in external circumstances, but in eternal principles, not in social approval, but in spiritual authenticity, not in immediate results, but in faithful participation in the long arc of human evolution. It is consciousness that has learned to draw its sustenance from invisible sources, to find its direction from internal guidance, to measure its success by its fidelity to truth, rather than by its popularity or profitability. The hermit's lantern is therefore more than just a light for the path. It is a symbol of consciousness itself, of the flame of awareness that burns steadily regardless of external conditions, of the inner light that cannot be extinguished by outer darkness. To carry this lantern means to become a keeper of consciousness, a guardian of the flame of authentic selfhood, a protector of the space where truth can be spoken and authentic being can unfold. But the lantern also casts shadows, and the hermit must learn to navigate not only their own darkness but the collective darkness that their light reveals. When you shine the light of authentic consciousness into spaces that have been organized around unconsciousness, you inevitably illuminate things that others would prefer to keep hidden. You reveal the collective agreements to avoid truth, the shared investments in maintaining dysfunction, the mass participation in patterns that everyone knows are harmful, but no one wants to be the first to acknowledge or challenge. This revelation can trigger intense projection from the collective, as groups and individuals attempt to make you responsible for the discomfort that comes from having their unconsciousness exposed. You may find yourself scapegoated, blamed for problems you did not create, attacked for speaking truths that others can feel but cannot yet admit. This is the hermit's crucifixion, the price of carrying consciousness in an unconscious world, the cost of being willing to see and speak what others prefer to deny. But this persecution, paradoxically, serves to deepen your capacity for the hermit's consciousness. It teaches you to find your validation in your relationship with truth itself rather than in others' recognition of that truth. It develops your capacity to stand alone without becoming isolated, to be rejected without becoming bitter, to be misunderstood without losing your compassion for those who cannot yet understand. The hermit learns that loneliness and aloneness are completely different experiences. Loneliness is the ego's sense of separation from others, its hunger for external connection and recognition. Aloneness is the soul's experience of communion with the eternal, its recognition that at the deepest level, it is never truly separate from the source of all life. The hermit trades loneliness for aloneness, giving up the ego's need for constant companionship in order to discover the soul's capacity for eternal communion. This trade requires a kind of psychological death, the death of the needy self that requires others' approval to feel valuable, the death of the dependent self that cannot function without external support, the death of the performing self that exists primarily to entertain or please others. But from this death emerges a self that is profoundly free, free to be authentic regardless of others' responses, free to serve truth regardless of personal cost, free to love without attachment to being loved in return. This freedom is what allows the hermit to carry their lantern through the collective darkness without being overwhelmed by that darkness, without losing their way in the confusion and chaos that characterizes unconscious social dynamics. They have found their true north in the relationship with their own depths, and this inner orientation remains stable regardless of external turbulence. But the hermit's path is not a permanent withdrawal from human community. It is a temporary retreat that prepares for deeper engagement, a period of solitary development that makes possible more authentic forms of relationship and service. The hermit withdraws not from hatred of humanity, but from love of it, not to escape responsibility, but to prepare for greater responsibility, not to avoid engagement, but to discover what they truly have to offer when they return to the marketplace of human interaction. The time spent in hermit consciousness is time spent developing what Jung called the transcendent function, the capacity to hold the tension between opposites, to bridge different levels of reality, to translate between the language of the unconscious and the language of ordinary consciousness. The hermit becomes fluent in both worlds, the world of symbol and mystery that speaks to the soul, and the world of practical application that serves the needs of everyday life. This bilingual capacity is essential for those called to serve as destroyer-creators, for they must be able to communicate their vision in ways that others can understand and apply, even if others are not yet capable of perceiving the source from which that vision emerges. They must learn to translate their hermit wisdom into forms that can catalyze transformation in the collective consciousness, to package their hard-won insights in ways that can be received by those who have not undertaken their own journey into the depths. The hermit's lantern therefore serves multiple functions simultaneously. It illuminates the path for the hermit's own continued development. It provides guidance for other seekers who are ready to begin their own journey toward authenticity, and it casts light into the collective darkness in ways that gradually make conscious what has been unconscious, that slowly transform the cultural conversation about what it means to be human, what constitutes a life well lived, what kinds of relationships and communities and institutions actually serve human flourishing. This is the hermit's gift to the world, not just their individual development, but their willingness to carry the flame of consciousness in places where it has been extinguished, to hold space for truths that others cannot yet speak, to demonstrate through their very being that other ways of living are possible, that authenticity is achievable, that individuals can break free from collective unconsciousness and still remain connected to the larger human community. But this gift can only be given by those who have first received it themselves, who have done the deep work of answering their own call, integrating their own shadow, and learning to walk the hermit's path with grace and wisdom. You cannot give what you do not have. You cannot teach what you have not learned. You cannot illuminate paths you have not traveled yourself. This is why the hermit phase is so necessary for those called to be agents of transformation in the world. It is during this period of apparent withdrawal that you develop the internal resources that will sustain you when you return to active engagement with the collective, when you begin to offer your gifts more directly in service of others' awakening, when you start to fulfill your archetypal function as a catalyst for necessary endings and new beginnings. The hermit's lantern burns with the oil of authentic selfhood, with the fuel of integrated consciousness, with the flame of devotion to truth rather than comfort. It cannot be extinguished by external opposition because its source is internal and eternal. It cannot be dimmed by others' projections because it draws its power from the relationship with the self, rather than from the approval of others. As you learn to carry this lantern with confidence and grace, you begin to discover that the hermit's path is not as lonely as it first appeared. You begin to recognize other lantern carriers in the darkness, other souls who have answered their own calls and integrated their own shadows, and learned to navigate by their own inner light. You begin to form what we might call an invisible community of the awakened, a fellowship of hermits who support each other not through emotional dependency, but through mutual recognition of the common commitment to truth and authentic being. This invisible community operates differently from ordinary social groups. Its members may never meet in person, may never even communicate directly, but they are connected by their shared dedication to consciousness, their common willingness to do the difficult work of individuation, their mutual commitment to serving the evolution of human awareness. They recognize each other by the quality of light they carry, by the depth of presence they embody, by the authentic power that emanates from their integrated being. The hermit discovers that true fellowship is not based on shared opinions or common interests or mutual entertainment, but on shared commitment to the deepest values of existence: truth, beauty, goodness, consciousness, love, service to life. This fellowship transcends ordinary social categories and creates bonds that are deeper and more enduring than those based on external circumstances or personality compatibility. But even within this invisible community, the hermit must maintain their essential solitude, their commitment to their own inner guidance, their willingness to walk alone when their path diverges from even the most conscious communities. For the hermit's ultimate allegiance is not to any human authority or group consensus, but to the self that speaks from the depths, to the voice of their own authentic knowing, to the call that first summoned them beyond the familiar shore. This allegiance requires constant vigilance against the ego's tendency to seek security through belonging, to trade authenticity for acceptance, to compromise truth for harmony. The hermit must remain eternally suspicious of their own desire to fit in, to be understood, to find a tribe that will validate their journey and provide them with the external support that the ego craves. Not because community and understanding and support are bad things. They are necessary and beautiful when they arise naturally from authentic relationship. But because the hermit's primary task is to develop the capacity to remain true to themselves, regardless of external circumstances, to find their validation in their relationship with the eternal, rather than in their acceptance by the temporal, to discover their home in their own depths, rather than in any external location or social configuration. This capacity for holy independence is what allows the hermit to serve as a beacon for others who are also struggling to find their way out of the collective trance of unconsciousness. When you demonstrate that it is possible to live authentically despite social pressure to conform, to speak truth, despite consequences, to follow your inner guidance, despite lack of external support, you create a field of possibility that others can feel even if they cannot yet articulate it. Your very existence becomes a form of permission for others to question their own compromises, to examine their own accommodations, to consider whether they too might be living below their authentic capacity. You become proof that the familiar shore is not the only land, that there are other ways of being human, that individuals can indeed break free from collective programming and discover their own unique way of participating in the mystery of existence. But this influence often operates invisibly, through what Jung called the participation mystique, the unconscious energetic connection that exists between all human beings at the deepest levels of the psyche. Your commitment to consciousness affects the collective field of consciousness. Your willingness to be authentic creates more space for others' authenticity. Your courage to face your own darkness makes it easier for others to face theirs. This is why the Hermit's work is never merely personal, even when it appears to be completely solitary. By doing your own deep work of individuation, by answering your own call to authenticity, by integrating your own shadow and learning to carry your own light, you are contributing to the collective work of human evolution, participating in the species-wide process of awakening that Jung believed was the next stage in our development as conscious beings. The Hermit understands that consciousness is not a private possession, but a shared resource. That individual awakening and collective awakening are not separate processes, but different aspects of the same fundamental transformation. As you become more conscious, you increase the total amount of consciousness available to the human community. As you integrate your shadow, you help to make conscious the collective shadow. As you learn to live authentically, you make it easier for others to discover and express their own authenticity. This understanding transforms the Hermit's solitude from a burden into a form of service, from isolation into a kind of invisible ministry. You begin to recognize that your willingness to walk alone, to carry difficult truths, to hold space for uncomfortable realities, is actually a form of love, not just for yourself, but for all those who are not yet strong enough to carry these burdens themselves. The Hermit becomes a kind of advanced scout for humanity, exploring territories of consciousness that others will eventually need to explore, developing capacities that others will eventually need to develop, facing challenges that others will eventually need to face. Your solitary journey blazes trails that others will later follow, creates maps of territories that others will later inhabit, demonstrates possibilities that others will later actualize. This is why the Hermit's path, despite its loneliness, is infused with a profound sense of purpose and meaning. You are not walking alone for your own sake. You are walking alone for the sake of everyone who will eventually follow. You are carrying the lantern not just to light your own way, but to light the way for the countless souls who are still gathering the courage to leave their own familiar shores. The collective darkness that the Hermit navigates is not simply ignorance or lack of information. It is active unconsciousness, the shared commitment to remaining asleep to deeper realities, the collective investment in maintaining patterns that prevent growth and change. This darkness has its own intelligence, its own agenda, its own methods for protecting itself from the light of consciousness that threatens to reveal its operations. The Hermit learns to recognize this collective shadow in all its manifestations, the way groups can become possessed by unconscious dynamics that no individual member would endorse, the way institutions can develop lives of their own that serve their own perpetuation rather than their stated purpose, the way cultures can organize themselves around shared delusions that everyone participates in, but no one is willing to acknowledge. This recognition can be deeply disturbing, for it reveals the extent to which even well-intentioned human communities can become vehicles for unconscious forces, the degree to which even sophisticated individuals can remain enslaved to patterns they have never examined, the ways that collective agreement can create the illusion of truth while actually perpetuating elaborate forms of self-deception. But the Hermit learns not to judge this collective unconsciousness, but to understand it, not to fight it directly, but to offer alternatives, not to try to force awakening, but to create conditions where awakening can occur naturally. They understand that consciousness cannot be imposed from without. It must emerge from within, must be chosen freely, must arise from each individual's own encounter with truth. rather than from external pressure or persuasion. This understanding gives the hermit a kind of infinite patience with the collective process of awakening, even as they maintain urgency about their own continued development. They recognize that the same forces that called them away from unconsciousness are operating in every human being, that the same potential for authentic existence lives in every soul, that the same longing for truth and meaning stirs in every heart, even when it is deeply buried beneath layers of conditioning and protection. The hermit's lantern therefore shines not in judgment, but in invitation, not in condemnation, but in compassion, not in superiority, but in recognition of the common human struggle to become conscious, to live authentically, to find meaning and purpose in existence. The light they carry is not their personal achievement, but their contribution to the collective illumination, not their private property, but their gift to the common treasury of human wisdom. As you learn to navigate the hermit's path with increasing skill and grace, you begin to discover that the loneliness that once felt so overwhelming gradually transforms into a different quality of experience, not the painful separation of the ego from its desired objects, but the profound solitude of the soul in communion with its source. You learn the difference between being alone and being all one, between isolation and integration, between separation and sacred individuality. This transformation occurs as you develop what Jung called the religious attitude. Not religious in the sense of belonging to any particular tradition or doctrine, but religious in the original sense of religare, meaning to bind back or to reconnect. You discover your essential connection to the source of all existence, your fundamental participation in the mystery of being, your deep belonging to the cosmic process of which your individual life is a unique and necessary expression. From this recognition emerges a different kind of relationship to your hermit status. You no longer experience it as exile from the human community, but as a form of deep service to that community. You no longer see your solitude as punishment, but as privilege, the privilege of being entrusted with gifts that require careful development, insights that need patient cultivation, capacities that must be refined through practice before they can be offered in service of others. The hermit's lantern burns brightest when it is fueled by this spirit of service, when the individual journey of awakening is consciously dedicated to the collective journey of human evolution. Your willingness to do your own deep work becomes a contribution to everyone's work. Your courage to face your own darkness creates more light for everyone to see by. Your commitment to your own authenticity creates more space for everyone's truth to emerge. This is the hermit's paradox. The more deeply you withdraw into your own authentic being, the more profoundly you serve the authentic being of others. The more thoroughly you individuate, the more completely you contribute to the collective. The more fully you become yourself, the more effectively you serve the self that seeks to express itself through all human consciousness. The collective darkness that surrounds the hermit is not an enemy to be defeated, but a patient to be healed, not an obstacle to be overcome, but a mystery to be illuminated, not a problem to be solved, but a process to be served. The hermit learns to move through this darkness with compassion rather than condemnation, with understanding rather than judgment, with love rather than fear. For the hermit has learned the deepest secret of consciousness, that darkness and light are not opposites but dance partners, that unconsciousness and consciousness are not enemies but phases in the same process of awakening, that ignorance and wisdom are not contradictory but complementary aspects of the eternal human journey toward greater understanding and more authentic existence. Your lantern illuminates not only the path ahead, but also the path behind, not only where you are going, but where you have come from, not only your own journey, but the journey of all those who have walked similar paths throughout history. you begin to recognize that you are part of an ancient lineage of consciousness carriers, a long tradition of souls who have been willing to sacrifice comfort for truth, safety for authenticity, belonging for integrity. This recognition connects you to a source of strength and wisdom that transcends your individual resources, that links you to the collective wisdom of all who have ever undertaken the journey from unconsciousness to consciousness, from persona to authentic being, from ego to self. You are not alone in your hermit's journey. You are companioned by the spirits of all who have walked this path before you, supported by the examples of all who have learned to carry their light through darkness, encouraged by the testimony of all who have discovered that the journey, however difficult, leads to treasures that cannot be found any other way. The hermit's lantern therefore burns with more than personal fuel. It burns with the accumulated light of human consciousness itself, with the collective flame of all who have ever chosen growth over safety, truth over comfort, authentic being over acceptable persona. When you carry this lantern, you carry not just your own light, but the light of the entire lineage of awakened humanity, the accumulated wisdom of all who have learned to live from their true center rather than from borrowed identities. And in carrying this light, you prepare the way for those who will come after you, for the next generation of souls who will hear their own call beyond the familiar shore, who will need to integrate their own shadows and learn to walk their own hermit's path toward authentic existence. Your journey makes their journey possible. Your courage creates permission for their courage. Your willingness to be authentic opens space for their authenticity to emerge. This is the hermit's ultimate gift to the collective darkness, not the elimination of that darkness, but the demonstration that light is possible within it, that consciousness can emerge from unconsciousness, that individuals can wake up from the collective trance and discover their own authentic way of being human while still remaining connected to the larger human community. The lantern you carry is therefore both intensely personal and utterly transpersonal, both uniquely yours and universally available, both the result of your individual journey and a contribution to everyone's journey. It burns with your authentic being, but it illuminates universal truths. It guides your personal path, but it lights the way for all who are ready to see. Chapter 4. The Alchemical Marriage of Death and Birth. In the hidden chambers of the soul, where no light has ever shone save that which emerges from the friction of opposing forces, there exists an ancient laboratory. Here, in this sacred space beyond the reach of ordinary consciousness, the great work of transformation unfolds, not through the crude manipulations of external chemistry, but through the divine alchemy of the psyche itself. It is here, in these secret chambers, that death and birth perform their eternal dance, locked in an embrace so intimate, so essential, that to witness it is to understand the very foundation upon which all psychological transformation rests. The alchemists of old spoke in riddles and symbols, hiding their wisdom behind veils of mercury and sulfur, of nigredo and albedo, because they understood that the deepest truths cannot be grasped by the rational mind alone. They knew that the mysterium conjunctionis, the sacred marriage of opposites, could only be apprehended by those who had descended into the darkness of their own being and emerged, not unscathed, but transformed. In the depths of their cryptic texts, they whispered of a divine tension that creates gold from base metal, philosopher's stone from common earth, and rebirth from the ashes of what has died. But what the ancient alchemists truly understood, and what Jung would later illuminate with the piercing light of depth psychology, is that this sacred marriage is not merely a metaphor for external transformation. It is the very essence of how consciousness evolves, how the psyche unfolds its hidden potential, and how certain souls come to embody the paradoxical capacity to serve as agents of both ending and beginning. These are the beings who have learned to hold the tension of opposites within their very being, who have become living vessels for the mysterium conjunctionis, who understand that to birth the new, one must first become intimate with death. In the secret chambers of the alchemical laboratory of the soul, there exists no separation between destroyer and creator, between the hand that closes the door and the hand that opens it. Here, in this place beyond ordinary understanding, we encounter those rare souls who have made of their own psyche a crucible for transformation, not just their own, but the transformation of all who enter their sphere of influence. They are the ones who understand that every true ending is pregnant with infinite possibility, and every authentic beginning requires the complete dissolution of what came before. To understand this sacred marriage, we must first descend into the darkness of what Jung called the nigredo, the blackening, the putrefaction, the necessary death that precedes all rebirth. In the alchemical tradition, nothing of true value can be created without first returning to the prima materia, the original matter from which all things emerge. This is not merely philosophical abstraction. It is the lived reality of those who serve as agents of transformation. They have learned to recognize when the forms of life, relationships, careers, identities, entire ways of being have completed their purpose and become obstacles to further growth. But recognition alone is not enough. To serve the sacred marriage of death and birth, one must develop what we might call the psychological courage of the alchemist, the willingness to participate actively in the dissolution of what is known, trusted, and familiar. This is perhaps the most demanding aspect of the transformative path, for it requires that we become agents of our own undoing, that we learn to love endings not because they are easy, but because they are necessary. In the depths of the alchemical chamber, we discover that death and birth are not sequential events, but simultaneous realities. The moment of dissolution is also the moment of conception. The instant of letting go is also the instant of taking hold of something entirely new. This paradox lives in the very cells of those who serve transformation. They have become walking embodiments of the principle that destruction and creation are two faces of the same divine process. Jung understood that the psyche naturally seeks balance, but not the static balance of stagnation. Rather, it seeks the dynamic balance of constant becoming, the endless dance between what is dying and what is being born. In those souls destined to serve as chapter enders, this dance becomes conscious, deliberate, sacred. They learn to read the subtle signs that indicate when a form of life has exhausted its potential for growth, when continuation would mean stagnation, when the greatest act of love is to allow something to die so that something greater might be born. This capacity emerges not from coldness or detachment, but from the deepest possible intimacy with the processes of life itself. To serve the sacred marriage, one must first become a student of rhythms, the rhythm of seasons, of breath, of cellular renewal, of psychological development. One must learn to feel in their bones when the tide is turning, when the old moon is waning to make space for the new, when the caterpillar has reached the moment of necessary dissolution. The alchemical texts speak of the union of soul and luna, of masculine and feminine principles, of active and receptive forces. But in the psychological realm, this marriage takes on profound meaning as the integration of what Jung called the anima and animus, the unconscious contrasexual aspect of the personality. For those who serve transformation, this integration is not merely personal but functional. They embody both the penetrating sword that cuts away what is dead and the receptive womb that nurtures what is being born. In their presence, Others sense this dual capacity, this ability to hold space for both ending and beginning. It is why people are drawn to them in times of crisis, in moments when the old forms of life are crumbling and the new has not yet emerged. They have learned to be comfortable in the liminal space, the threshold between worlds, the sacred pause between exhalation and inhalation, where all possibilities exist simultaneously. But this gift comes with its shadows, its own particular form of suffering. To embody the sacred marriage is to live constantly in the tension between opposites, to never fully rest in either destruction or creation, but to inhabit the dynamic space between them. It is to carry within oneself the cosmic loneliness of the eternal outsider, the one who stands at the threshold but belongs fully to neither side. The alchemists knew that the work could not be accomplished through will alone, that the mysterium coniunctionis required a surrender to forces greater than the ego's understanding. In the psychological realm, this means learning to trust the wisdom of the unconscious, to allow the psyche's natural intelligence to guide the process of transformation. Those who serve as agents of death and birth have developed this trust to an extraordinary degree. They have learned to follow the subtle promptings of the soul, even when the rational mind cannot comprehend the direction. This surrender is not passive, but requires the highest form of active participation, what the alchemists called the art of letting be. It is the ability to create the proper conditions for transformation, while allowing the transformation itself to emerge organically. Like a skilled midwife, they know when to intervene and when to step back, when to apply pressure and when to provide space, when to speak and when to remain in sacred silence. In the secret chambers of their own psyche, these souls have witnessed their own deaths and rebirths countless times. They have learned that what we call death is often simply the shedding of outworn forms, the release of identities that have served their purpose, the completion of cycles that have run their course. Through this intimate familiarity with their own processes of ending and beginning, they develop the capacity to midwife these same processes in others and in the collective. The sacred marriage they embody extends beyond the personal into the archetypal realm. They become carriers of what Jung called the transcendent function, the bridge between conscious and unconscious, known and unknown, actual and potential. In their very being, they demonstrate that the greatest transformations emerge not from choosing one side over another, but from learning to hold the tension between opposites until a third thing emerges, something that transcends and includes both death and birth while being reducible to neither. This archetypal function expresses itself differently in each individual who carries it. Some become artists who create from the marriage of form and emptiness, tradition and innovation, conscious craft and unconscious inspiration. Others become healers who understand that true healing often requires the death of old patterns before new health can emerge. Still others become leaders who can end dysfunctional systems while simultaneously nurturing the emergence of healthier alternatives. But regardless of the specific form it takes, the sacred marriage always requires what the alchemists called the solve et coagula, the dissolution and reconstitution that lies at the heart of all transformation. In the psychological realm, this means learning to dissolve the rigid structures of the ego, while simultaneously allowing new forms of consciousness to crystallize. It means becoming comfortable with the chaos of the liminal state, while maintaining faith in the eventual emergence of a new order. The laboratory of the soul, where this work takes place, is not a physical location but a state of consciousness, a quality of presence that can transform any environment into a space of sacred alchemy. Those who carry this gift learn to recognize these moments when the conditions are ripe for transformation, when the prima materia of a situation has been sufficiently heated by conflict or crisis, when the old forms are ready for dissolution, when consciousness is prepared for a new level of integration. In these moments, they become what Jung called a wounded healer, one who has been broken open by their own transformations and therefore can serve as a catalyst for transformation in others. Their very presence creates a field in which the impossible becomes possible, where death reveals itself as the secret door to birth, where endings transform into the sacred ground from which new beginnings emerge. The wounds they carry are not merely personal, but archetypal. They bear the scars of having participated in the cosmic process of death and rebirth. These wounds become sources of wisdom, portals through which the deeper truths of transformation can flow. They have learned that the capacity to end chapters is inseparable from the ability to birth new realities, not because they have been taught this intellectually, but because they have lived it in the very marrow of their bones. This living wisdom expresses itself as an almost supernatural sensitivity to the rhythms of completion and inception. They can sense when a relationship has served its purpose, when a career has become a cage, when a belief system has hardened into dogma, when any form of life has reached the point where continuation means stagnation. But equally, they can sense the stirrings of new life, the first trembling movements of what is trying to be born, the subtle shifts in consciousness that herald the emergence of new possibilities. In their presence, others often experience what can only be described as a profound permission. Permission to let go of what is no longer serving. Permission to grieve what is ending. Permission to trust in the mysterious process by which new life emerges from apparent death. This permission is not given through words alone, but radiates from their very being, from their embodied understanding that transformation is not only possible, but inevitable, not only natural, but sacred. The alchemical marriage they embody is visible in the way they navigate their own life transitions, where others might cling desperately to familiar forms or rush anxiously toward uncertain futures. They have learned to inhabit the sacred pause between worlds. They understand that true transformation cannot be forced or hurried, that it emerges from the proper preparation of consciousness and the patient cultivation of conditions that allow the new to emerge organically. This patience is not passivity, but the highest form of creative action. Like the alchemist who tends the fire beneath the retort, they know how to maintain the proper temperature for transformation, enough heat to dissolve the old forms, but not so much as to destroy the essential elements needed for the new synthesis. They have learned the delicate art of creating pressure without violence, of encouraging change without coercion, of serving endings without causing unnecessary suffering. In the collective sphere, their function becomes even more crucial. In times of cultural transition, when entire civilizations are struggling with the death of old paradigms and the birth of new ways of being, these souls often emerge as guides and catalysts. They help societies navigate the treacherous passage between what was and what might be, serving as bridges across the abyss of uncertainty that separates one era from another. But this collective function is always rooted in their personal mastery of the alchemical process. They have learned, through their own repeated encounters with death and rebirth, that consciousness is far more resilient than the ego imagines, that identity is far more fluid than our attachments suggest, that life itself is far more creative than our fears allow us to believe. This hard-won wisdom becomes a gift they offer to a world that desperately needs to learn the art of conscious transformation. The sacred marriage they embody extends into their relationship with time itself. While most people experience time as linear, past, present, future, Those who serve the mysterium conjunctionis have developed what we might call a spiral relationship with temporality. They understand that every ending completes a cycle, while simultaneously initiating a new spiral of development, that every beginning contains within it the seeds of its own completion, that past, present, and future are not separate realities but interdependent aspects of a unified unfolding. This spiral awareness manifests as an almost prophetic sensitivity to timing. They seem to know intuitively when the moment for action has arrived, when the conditions for transformation have ripened, when the collective unconscious is ready for a new level of conscious integration. This is not psychic ability in the supernatural sense, but psychological attunement developed through years of intimate participation in the rhythms of death and birth. In their personal relationships, the sacred marriage creates both profound intimacy and necessary distance. They love deeply precisely because they understand the temporary nature of all forms, including the forms that love takes. This creates relationships of unusual intensity and authenticity, free from the desperate clinging that characterizes much human bonding. They can offer complete presence because they are not afraid of absence. They can commit fully because they understand that commitment includes the willingness to let go when growth requires it. This same quality appears in their creative work, whatever form it takes. Whether they are artists or entrepreneurs, healers or teachers, their creations carry the signature of the sacred marriage. They are born from the conscious participation in endings and beginnings, from the willingness to allow old forms to die so that new expressions can emerge. Their work often has a timeless quality because it emerges from the place where time itself is born, from the eternal moment where death and birth meet in sacred union. The laboratory of their soul becomes a place where the impossible becomes inevitable, where paradox resolves into a higher truth that encompasses and transcends both sides of the apparent contradiction. They have learned to hold the tension between security and freedom, between attachment and detachment, between the human need for continuity and the cosmic imperative for transformation. In this holding, in this sacred witnessing of contradiction, new forms of consciousness are born. Jung's understanding of the transcendent function, the bridge between conscious and unconscious, finds its living expression in these souls. They become human embodiments of the principle that consciousness evolves through the integration of opposites, that psychological gold is created through the marriage of what seems irreconcilable. In their very existence, they demonstrate that the highest human function is not to choose between alternatives, but to create the conditions in which new alternatives can emerge. The wounds they carry from this sacred function are real and deep. To live as an agent of transformation is to constantly participate in losses, to regularly experience the grief that accompanies all authentic endings, to bear witness to the suffering that often precedes breakthrough. They feel the pain of what is dying while simultaneously holding space for what is trying to be born, a double awareness that can be overwhelming in its intensity. Yet these wounds become the very source of their healing power. Like the wounded healer of mythological tradition, their capacity to facilitate transformation in others emerges directly from their intimate familiarity with the process in themselves. They have learned that healing is not the absence of wounding, but the conscious relationship with wounding. That wholeness includes brokenness, that the greatest teachers are those who have been broken open by their own learning. In the secret chambers of the alchemical laboratory, they have discovered that the marriage of death and birth is not something they perform, but something they participate in, not something they control, but something they serve. This service requires a particular kind of humility, the recognition that they are instruments of forces greater than their personal will, vessels through which the cosmic process of transformation flows into the human realm. This humility paradoxically becomes their greatest strength. Because they do not identify with the power that flows through them, they are not corrupted by it. Because they understand themselves as servants, rather than masters of transformation, they can wield the power of endings and beginnings with wisdom and compassion. They have learned the secret that the alchemists encoded in their symbols, that the one who would transform lead into gold must first be willing to be transformed by the process itself. The sacred marriage they embody creates what Jung called a temenos, a sacred space in which transformation can safely occur. In their presence, others feel permission to undergo their own processes of death and rebirth, to explore the edges of their identity, to question the fundamental assumptions that have governed their lives. This is not because they actively encourage such exploration, but because their very being radiates the truth that transformation is possible, that change is not only survivable but essential to authentic living. Within the field of their influence, the normal rules of causation seem to bend and flex. Synchronicities multiply, meaningful coincidences accumulate, and the boundaries between inner and outer reality become permeable. This is not magic in the supernatural sense, but psychology in its deepest form, the recognition that consciousness and world are intimately interconnected, that changes in the quality of awareness inevitably catalyze changes in the fabric of experience itself. They have learned to navigate what the alchemists called the subtle body, the interface between psyche and matter, between consciousness and form. In their understanding, every external ending or beginning is simultaneously an internal process. Every transformation in the world is also a transformation in the soul. This double awareness allows them to work on multiple levels simultaneously, addressing not only the obvious dimensions of change, but the hidden psychological and spiritual dynamics that truly determine the success or failure of any transformation. The marriage of death and birth that they embody extends into their relationship with creativity itself. They understand that true creativity is not the rearrangement of existing elements, but the emergence of genuinely new possibilities from the marriage of what has been with what has never been. Their creative process often involves a deliberate cultivation of chaos, a willingness to dissolve familiar patterns and structures so that novel forms can crystallize from the resulting flux. This creativity operates according to what Jung called the compensatory function of the unconscious, the tendency of the psyche to balance conscious one-sidedness with unconscious content that restores wholeness. In those who serve transformation, this function becomes highly developed and conscious. They learn to recognize when collective consciousness has become too rigid in one direction and to introduce the compensatory element that restores balance and vitality. In their personal development, the sacred marriage manifests as an ongoing process of psychological molting, the regular shedding of identities, roles, and self-concepts that have served their purpose and become limitations. They seem to possess an intuitive understanding of what Jung called the stages of life, recognizing that what serves consciousness in one phase of development may hinder it in another. This creates a fluidity of identity that can be unsettling to those who equate stability with health, but which actually represents the highest form of psychological vitality. The laboratory of their soul becomes a place where the personal and transpersonal meet in creative synthesis. Their individual transformations serve not only their own development, but the evolution of consciousness itself. Each time they successfully navigate a death-birth cycle, they add to the collective repository of wisdom about how transformation works, creating pathways that others can follow, demonstrating possibilities that others can actualize. This transpersonal dimension of their function is often hidden from their conscious awareness. They may experience themselves simply as individuals trying to live authentically, not recognizing that their personal struggles with endings and beginnings are serving a larger evolutionary purpose. Yet their very existence provides evidence to the collective unconscious that transformation is possible, that death is not final, that consciousness can survive and even thrive through the dissolution of its familiar forms. The sacred marriage operates through them according to what Jung called the law of enantiodromia, the tendency of any psychological content to transform into its opposite when it reaches an extreme. But in their case, this law becomes conscious and collaborative rather than unconscious and compulsive. They learn to work with the natural tendency of life to move from one pole to another, using their awareness to facilitate smooth transitions rather than waiting for the violent reversals that often characterize unconscious enantiodromia. In the depths of the alchemical chamber, they have discovered that the marriage of death and birth requires not only courage, but a particular kind of faith. Faith in the intelligibility of the transformative process. Faith in the possibility of meaning emerging from apparent chaos. Faith in the resilience of consciousness itself. This faith is not belief in the sense of intellectual conviction, but embodied knowing born from repeated experience of resurrection following crucifixion, of breakthrough following breakdown, of new life emerging from apparent death. This faith allows them to remain present and effective, even in the most challenging phases of transformation, the dark nights of the soul when nothing makes sense, when all familiar landmarks have disappeared, when the old self has died, but the new self has not yet been born. In these liminal periods, they become what Jung called a container, a stable presence that can hold the energy of transformation without being overwhelmed by it. Their capacity to serve as containers is rooted in their understanding that transformation is not something that happens to consciousness, but something that consciousness does, not a passive process, but an active participation in the eternal creativity of existence itself. They have learned to identify with consciousness itself rather than with any particular content of consciousness, which allows them to remain stable and present even as the contents of their awareness undergo radical transformation. The alchemical marriage of death and birth that flows through them creates a particular relationship to suffering that distinguishes them from both those who seek to avoid pain and those who become identified with it. They understand suffering as information, as energy that signals the need for transformation, as the natural friction that occurs when consciousness encounters the edges of its current forms. This understanding allows them to remain compassionate without becoming overwhelmed, to acknowledge pain without becoming lost in it, to use suffering as a catalyst for growth rather than a reason for stagnation. In their therapeutic presence, for they all possess a therapeutic quality regardless of their profession, others experience what can only be described as a profound sense of safety in transformation. This safety does not come from guarantees about outcomes, but from the embodied demonstration that consciousness can survive and even thrive through the most radical changes. Their very existence becomes proof that it is possible to let go of what is familiar without losing what is essential, to die to old forms without dying to life itself. The laboratory of their being extends its influence through what Jung called participation mystique, the unconscious psychological participation that occurs when archetypal energies are constellated. In their presence, others often find themselves spontaneously undergoing their own processes of death and rebirth, not because these processes are imposed from outside, but because the sacred marriage creates a field in which such transformations become natural and inevitable. This field effect operates through resonance rather than coercion, like a tuning fork that causes other instruments to vibrate at the same frequency. Their embodiment of the mysterium coniunctionis activates the transformative potential that lies dormant in all human consciousness. They serve as living reminders that the capacity for death and rebirth is not a special gift reserved for a few, but a fundamental aspect of human consciousness itself. The secret chambers of the alchemical laboratory reveal themselves not as a place apart from ordinary life, but as the hidden dimension of all life, the sacred space that exists whenever consciousness encounters the necessity for transformation. In those who serve the sacred marriage, this space becomes visible, accessible, available to all who have the courage to enter and participate in the great work of conscious evolution. The psychological gold that emerges from their laboratory is not a private treasure but a gift to the collective, a demonstration that human consciousness is capable of transcending its apparent limitations, that the marriage of opposites can create new forms of being that could not have been imagined from either pole alone. Through their embodied understanding of the sacred marriage, they serve as midwives for the birth of new forms of consciousness, both in individuals and in the collective psyche of humanity itself. In the end, the alchemical marriage of death and birth reveals itself as the fundamental rhythm of existence itself, the cosmic heartbeat in which every moment of completion creates the conditions for a new moment of inception. Every exhalation makes space for a fresh inhalation. Every ending opens the door to a beginning that could not have emerged any other way. Those who serve this sacred marriage have learned to dance with this rhythm rather than fighting against it, to collaborate with this cosmic intelligence rather than trying to control it, to trust in the ultimate beneficence of a process that appears destructive only to those who identify with forms rather than with the consciousness that gives birth to all forms. In the secret chambers of their alchemical laboratory, they continue the great work that has been ongoing since consciousness first emerged from the cosmic darkness, the work of transforming base metal into gold, unconsciousness into awareness, potential into actuality. But they know that this work is never completed, that each transformation creates the conditions for further transformation, that the sacred marriage of death and birth is not a problem to be solved, but a mystery to be lived, not a destination to be reached, but a way of traveling through the endless creativity of existence itself. The divine tension that creates psychological gold becomes their teacher, their path, and their gift to a world that desperately needs to learn the art of conscious transformation. Through their embodied understanding of the mysterium coniunctionis, they demonstrate that the highest human achievement is not the avoidance of change, but the conscious participation in change, not the preservation of what has been, but the midwifery of what is trying to be born, not the denial of death, but the recognition that death and birth are eternally wed in the sacred marriage that gives birth to all consciousness, all creativity, all authentic life. Chapter 5. The enantiodromia of sacred cycles. In the depths of human consciousness, where the rational mind surrenders its dominion to the ancient wisdom of the psyche, there exists a law so fundamental, so inescapable, that to understand it is to glimpse the very architecture of existence itself. Jung called it enantiodromia, the inevitable tendency of any psychological extreme to transform into its opposite, the cosmic principle that governs the eternal dance between polarities, the sacred rhythm that ensures no position, no matter how firmly established, can maintain itself indefinitely without eventually giving birth to its own contradiction. But in those rare souls who are born to end chapters, this universal law takes on a quality of conscious collaboration that transforms it from a blind force into a sacred art. They have learned to read the subtle signs that herald the approach of psychological reversal, to sense when the pendulum of consciousness has reached the extreme of its arc and is preparing to swing back toward its opposite pole. More than this, they have developed the capacity to participate consciously in this cosmic rhythm, to serve as midwives for the natural enantiodromia that governs all authentic transformation. To understand how this principle manifests in those who serve endings and beginnings, we must first descend into the mystery of what Jung recognized as the fundamental structure of the psyche itself. Consciousness, he discovered, is not a static entity, but a dynamic system constantly seeking balance through the interplay of opposites. Day gives birth to night. Summer transforms into winter. Youth inevitably yields to age. And in the psychological realm, every attitude, every belief, every way of being carries within itself the seeds of its own transformation. This is not merely philosophical abstraction, but lived reality for those who have made of their existence a conscious participation in the sacred cycles. They have learned to feel in their very bones the approaching moment when love will transform into detachment, when creation will yield to destruction, when the impulse to gather will give way to the necessity to release. This sensitivity is not intellectual but somatic, not theoretical but visceral, a bodily knowing that emerges from years of intimate partnership with the rhythms of change. In the secret chambers of their psyche, they have witnessed their own enantiodromia countless times. They have experienced how their greatest strengths, when carried to excess, become their deepest vulnerabilities. They have felt how their most cherished beliefs, when held too rigidly, transform into obstacles to further growth. They have lived through the mysterious process by which their most passionate attachments eventually reveal themselves as preparations for equally passionate detachments. This intimate familiarity with their own psychological reversals creates in them a quality of detached engagement that puzzles those who have not yet learned the law of enantiodromia. They can commit fully to relationships, projects, and ways of being, while simultaneously maintaining an awareness that these commitments are temporary formations in the endless flow of consciousness. This is not cynicism, but wisdom, not coldness, but the deepest form of love, a love that includes impermanence as an essential aspect of what makes love possible. The sacred cycles they understand operate on multiple levels simultaneously. There are the obvious cycles, the seasons of the year, the phases of the moon, the rhythms of sleep and waking, but also the subtle cycles that govern psychological development, the hidden periodicities that determine when consciousness is ready for new levels of integration, the secret timing that governs when old forms must die to make space for new births. Those who serve these cycles have developed what we might call spiral vision, the capacity to perceive the circular nature of all development, while simultaneously recognizing that each return to a familiar position occurs at a higher level of integration. They understand that when consciousness appears to be moving backward, it is often gathering energy for a leap forward, that what looks like regression may actually be the necessary preparation for a quantum leap in awareness. This spiral understanding extends into their relationship with their own history. They recognize that the patterns and themes that appear repeatedly in their lives are not signs of failure or stagnation, but expressions of the soul's attempt to master increasingly subtle aspects of fundamental lessons. Each apparent return to familiar territory reveals new depths, new possibilities for integration, new opportunities for conscious participation in the transformative process. The enantiodromia they embody is visible in their capacity to hold paradox without collapsing into one side or the other. They can be simultaneously rooted and rootless, committed and free, deeply engaged and perfectly detached. This paradoxical quality often confuses those who seek simple categorizations, who want to know whether these souls are optimists or pessimists, conservatives or revolutionaries, builders or destroyers? The answer, of course, is that they are all of these things, depending on what the moment requires, what the cycle demands, what consciousness needs for its continued evolution. In their professional lives, this embodiment of enantiodromia often manifests as an uncanny ability to sense when systems, organizations, or industries are approaching moments of necessary transformation. They can feel when the energy that once flowed toward growth and expansion is beginning to stagnate, when success has become a trap, when the very qualities that once ensured survival are becoming obstacles to adaptation. This sensitivity makes them invaluable during times of transition, but can also make them uncomfortable presences in systems that prefer the illusion of permanent stability. Their understanding of sacred cycles extends into their relationship with success and failure, achievement and loss. They have learned that these apparent opposites are actually phases in a larger cycle of development, that what appears as failure from one perspective may be the necessary preparation for a form of success that could not have been achieved through conventional means. This understanding allows them to remain equanimous in the face of both triumph and disaster, recognizing both as temporary movements in the eternal dance of consciousness. The law of enantiodromia operates through them with particular force in their relationships with others. They have discovered that their deepest connections often emerge from initial oppositions, that their most profound friendships are forged through the conscious navigation of contradiction and conflict. They understand that true intimacy requires the willingness to encounter and integrate the shadow aspects of relationship, to allow love and hate, attraction and repulsion, harmony and discord to coexist within the larger container of authentic connection. This capacity to hold relational paradox makes them natural healers of collective wounds. In families torn by long-standing conflicts, in communities divided by seemingly irreconcilable differences, in organizations paralyzed by polarization, their presence often catalyzes the recognition that the opposites are not enemies to be defeated, but partners in a larger dance of creative tension. They help others discover that the goal is not to resolve the paradox, but to find the higher perspective, from which apparent contradictions reveal themselves as complementary aspects of a greater whole. The sacred cycles they embody operate according to what Jung recognized as the prospective function of the unconscious, the tendency of the psyche to anticipate and prepare for future developments through symbolic and imaginal activity. In those who serve transformation, this function becomes highly refined and conscious. They often experience prophetic dreams, symbolic visions, and intuitive hunches that reveal the direction of coming changes, long before these changes become visible to ordinary awareness. But this prophetic capacity is not supernatural, but psychological, the natural result of intimate attunement to the rhythms of enantiodromia that govern all development. Because they have learned to read the subtle signs that precede psychological reversals, they can often sense approaching transformations in themselves and others long before the rational mind recognizes the need for change. This sensitivity creates both gift and burden. They must learn to live with knowledge that others are not ready to receive, to hold awareness of coming changes that may not manifest for months or years, to carry the weight of prophetic vision in a world that often prefers the comfort of familiar illusions. The loneliness of this position is profound, for they often find themselves living in a different temporal reality than those around them, aware of endings and beginnings that others cannot yet perceive. In the sacred cycles they understand, every completion contains the seed of a new inception. Every ending is pregnant with infinite possibility. But this is not merely philosophical consolation. but practical wisdom that guides their approach to life's inevitable losses and transitions. When relationships end, they seek not just healing, but the wisdom that the relationship was meant to provide. When careers conclude, they look not just for new employment, but for the next phase of their soul's work. When belief systems crumble, they search not just for replacement ideologies, but for the more flexible and inclusive understanding that the breakdown was meant to facilitate. The principle of enantiodromia manifests through them as a profound trust in the ultimate intelligence of the transformative process. They have learned through repeated experience that consciousness knows what it is doing, even when the ego is completely bewildered, that the psyche has its own timeline and agenda that often contradicts the conscious will, that the soul's journey toward wholeness follows laws that are deeper and more reliable than the rational mind's strategies for achieving happiness and security. This trust allows them to remain calm and centered even during the most chaotic phases of transformation. While others panic when familiar structures begin to dissolve, they recognize these moments as opportunities for new levels of integration. While others resist the approach of necessary endings, they prepare to midwife these endings with the same care and attention they would bring to any birth. They have learned that the quality of attention they bring to endings largely determines the quality of the beginnings that will follow. In their own psychological development, the law of enantiodromia operates with unusual consciousness and precision. They have learned to recognize their own one-sidedness and to actively invite the compensatory movement that will restore balance. When they notice themselves becoming too serious, they cultivate lightness. When they sense themselves becoming too detached, they open to deeper engagement. When they feel themselves becoming too controlling, they practice surrender. This is not mechanical manipulation, but conscious cooperation with the natural wisdom of the psyche. The sacred cycles they embody extend into their relationship with the collective unconscious itself. Jung understood that individual transformation is always connected to collective transformation, that personal psychological development serves the larger evolution of human consciousness. In those who serve endings and beginnings, this connection becomes particularly evident. Their personal navigation of enantiodromia often mirrors and catalyzes similar movements in the collective psyche, as if their individual willingness to undergo transformation creates permission and possibility for similar transformations in the larger human community. This collective dimension of their function manifests as an unusual sensitivity to cultural and historical cycles. They can often sense when entire civilizations are approaching moments of necessary transformation, when collective attitudes have reached the extreme that will inevitably produce their opposite, when the zeitgeist is preparing to reverse direction. This sensitivity makes them valuable interpreters of historical forces, but can also burden them with awareness of collective changes that may take decades or centuries to fully manifest. The enantiodromia they understand operates not only between obvious opposites like success and failure, joy and sorrow, creation and destruction, but also between more subtle polarities that most people never consciously recognize. They sense the approaching transformation of order into chaos, of certainty into mystery, of knowing into unknowing. They feel the preparation for the shift from doing into being, from having into becoming, from arriving into traveling. This sensitivity to subtle reversals allows them to navigate transitions with unusual grace and to help others prepare for changes that would otherwise arrive as shocking reversals. In their creative work, the principle of enantiodromia becomes a conscious tool for innovation and breakthrough. They understand that true creativity often emerges from the willingness to explore the opposite of what seems obvious, to discover the hidden potential that lies dormant in the rejected, the denied. the shadow side of any situation. Their creative process often involves a deliberate cultivation of enantiodromia, allowing their initial impulses to develop until they naturally give birth to their opposites, creating tension between contradictory possibilities until new forms emerge that transcend the original polarization. The sacred cycles they serve operate according to timing that cannot be rushed or delayed, that follows laws deeper than human convenience or preference. They have learned to distinguish between the ego's impatience for change and the soul's readiness for transformation, between the mind's desire for quick resolution and consciousness's need for thorough preparation. This discrimination allows them to avoid premature actions that would abort natural processes while also preventing the kind of resistance that prolongs necessary transitions beyond their natural timing. In their personal relationships, the law of enantiodromia creates patterns that can be challenging for those who seek conventional stability. Their love often carries within it an awareness of impermanence that makes it both more precious and more poignant. Their commitments include an understanding that all forms are temporary, that relationships themselves must undergo cycles of death and rebirth if they are to remain vital and authentic. This creates connections of unusual depth and honesty, but can also generate anxiety in partners who have not yet learned to find security in change rather than in changelessness. The burden of understanding enantiodromia extends into their experience of success and achievement. They cannot fully enjoy conventional victories because they are aware that every triumph carries within it the seeds of its own reversal, that every peak contains the inevitable descent, that every expansion must eventually give way to contraction. This awareness can create a quality of melancholy that shadows even their greatest achievements, a bittersweet recognition that all external accomplishments are temporary formations in the endless flow of consciousness. Yet this same awareness becomes the source of their deepest freedom. Because they understand the temporary nature of all positions, they are not trapped by their successes or defeated by their failures. They can engage fully with life's challenges while maintaining what the Buddhists call non-attachment, not the cold detachment of emotional withdrawal, but the warm engagement of someone who understands that consciousness itself is the only permanent reality, that all forms are simply costumes that awareness wears temporarily in its eternal dance of self-discovery. The sacred cycles they understand reveal themselves most clearly in times of collective crisis, when entire societies are undergoing the kind of massive enantiodromia that transforms civilizations. In these periods, their understanding becomes invaluable, not only for navigation but for meaning-making. They can help others recognize that collective breakdowns are often collective breakthroughs in disguise, that the apparent chaos of social transformation is actually the birth process of new forms of human organization and consciousness. Their role during these times is not to predict specific outcomes, but to provide the psychological container within which collective transformation can occur safely. They understand that societies, like individuals, must sometimes experience the death of familiar forms before new possibilities can emerge. That collective resistance to necessary change only makes the eventual enantiodromia more violent and destructive. Their presence during these times provides evidence that transformation is survivable, that consciousness can maintain continuity even through radical changes in its external forms. The laboratory of their soul becomes a place where personal and collective cycles intersect and illuminate each other. They recognize that their individual struggles with endings and beginnings are never merely personal, but always serve the larger project of consciousness evolution. Each time they successfully navigate a death-birth cycle, they add to the collective wisdom about how transformation works, creating templates that others can follow. demonstrating possibilities that can inspire and guide collective change. In the depths of their understanding, the law of enantiodromia reveals itself not as a mechanical process, but as the expression of consciousness's inherent creativity, its refusal to be trapped in any single form or position. They have learned to perceive this law not as limitation but as liberation, not as the enemy of stability, but as the guarantee that no prison of consciousness can hold awareness indefinitely, that every psychological deadlock contains within it the key to its own resolution. This perception transforms their relationship to suffering and difficulty. They understand that psychological pain often signals the approach of necessary enantiodromia, that consciousness uses discomfort to indicate when old forms have outlived their usefulness and new ones are trying to be born. This understanding allows them to work with suffering rather than against it, to use psychological tension as information about the direction of needed change, rather than as evidence that something has gone wrong. The sacred cycles they embody operate through what Jung called the self-regulating function of the psyche, the automatic tendency of consciousness to maintain balance through compensatory movements. But in their case, this regulation has become conscious and collaborative. They have learned to recognize when their psychological system is out of balance and to actively invite the compensatory movement that will restore equilibrium. This creates a fluidity of being that appears effortless but actually represents the highest form of psychological artistry. Their relationship to their own identity reflects this understanding of enantiodromia in profound ways. They recognize that who they are is not a fixed entity, but a dynamic process, not a noun, but a verb, not a possession, but a continuous becoming. This allows them to shed identities that have served their purpose without experiencing the existential terror that such shedding usually involves. They understand that the death of an identity is not the death of the self, but the birth of a new possibility for selfhood. This fluidity of identity creates both tremendous freedom and particular challenges. They must learn to maintain continuity of consciousness while allowing radical discontinuity in the forms that consciousness takes. They must develop what might be called essential constancy, a core stability that persists through all transformations while remaining flexible enough to accommodate whatever changes the enantiodromia brings. In their work in the world, whatever form it takes, they serve as agents of what Jung called the individuation process, the lifelong journey toward psychological wholeness that requires the conscious integration of all aspects of the psyche. But their understanding of this process is informed by their deep appreciation of enantiodromia as the engine that drives individuation forward. They recognize that wholeness is not a static state to be achieved, but a dynamic balance to be continuously maintained, not a destination but a way of traveling. This understanding makes them natural teachers of transformation, even when teaching is not their formal profession. In their presence, others learn not specific techniques for change, but something far more valuable: faith in the inherent wisdom of the transformative process itself. They demonstrate through their very being that consciousness knows how to evolve, that the psyche possesses its own intelligence for navigation, that the law of enantiodromia is not a threat to be feared, but an ally to be trusted. The sacred cycles they understand operate through timing that follows lunar and seasonal patterns, but also psychological rhythms that are unique to each individual soul. They have learned to distinguish between external chronological time and internal kairos, the qualitative time of readiness, the sacred timing that determines when consciousness is prepared for new levels of integration. This sensitivity to kairos allows them to work with, rather than against, the natural rhythms of development, both in themselves and in others. In their therapeutic presence, for they all possess a healing quality regardless of their formal training, others experience what can only be described as relief from the tyranny of linear thinking. Through their embodied understanding of cyclical time, they help others recognize that failure is not final, that success is not permanent, that every ending opens the door to new possibilities that could not have emerged through any other path. This perspective is not offered as consolation but as truth, not as wishful thinking but as hard-won wisdom about how consciousness actually operates. The burden of understanding enantiodromia is that they can never fully rest in any achievement or position. They are always aware of the temporary nature of all formations, always sensing the stirrings of change, even in moments of apparent stability. This creates a quality of restlessness that can be misunderstood as dissatisfaction or inability to appreciate what is present. In reality, it is the natural result of consciousness that has become attuned to its own evolutionary imperative, awareness that cannot help but sense the constant movement of life toward new possibilities. Yet this same quality becomes their greatest gift to a world that often mistakes stagnation for stability, that confuses the preservation of forms with the preservation of life itself. Through their embodied understanding of sacred cycles, they demonstrate that true security comes not from preventing change, but from learning to navigate change with skill and grace, not from avoiding enantiodromia, but from participating consciously in its eternal rhythm. The cycles they understand extend beyond the personal, into the archetypal realm. They recognize that their individual experiences of death and rebirth are connected to the eternal story of consciousness itself, that their personal navigation of endings and beginnings participates in the cosmic drama that has been unfolding since awareness first emerged from the primordial darkness. This archetypal dimension of their experience gives their personal transformations a mythic quality, a sense of participating in something far greater than individual psychology. In their understanding, every personal ending serves the collective need for transformation. Every individual death-birth cycle contributes to the evolution of human consciousness itself. This perspective transforms their personal struggles from private difficulties into sacred service, from individual problems into collective opportunities. They begin to sense that their willingness to undergo transformation creates permission and possibility for similar transformations in the larger human community. The enantiodromia they embody operates through what Jung called active imagination, the conscious dialogue between ego and unconscious that allows new content to emerge into awareness. But in their case, this dialogue has become a way of life, a constant conversation between their conscious intentions and the deeper purposes of the soul. They have learned to ask not just what do I want, but what wants to emerge through me. Not just how can I achieve my goals, but how can I serve the goals of consciousness itself? This shift in orientation from personal ambition to transpersonal service creates a profound reorientation of values and priorities. Success becomes redefined as the ability to serve transformation rather than to achieve specific outcomes. Happiness becomes redefined as the joy of conscious participation in the eternal becoming rather than the satisfaction of temporary desires. Security becomes redefined as trust in the transformative process rather than control over external circumstances. The sacred cycles they understand operate through what might be called psychological seasons, periods of planting, growing, harvesting, and lying fallow that govern the development of consciousness, just as surely as natural seasons govern the development of crops. They have learned to recognize these seasons in themselves and others, to know when it is time to plant new seeds of possibility, when it is time to nurture growing potentials, when it is time to harvest the fruits of development, and when it is time to allow consciousness to rest and regenerate in the fertile darkness of the unknown. This seasonal understanding creates a profound patience with the natural timing of development. They do not try to force spring growth during psychological winter, nor do they resist the natural dormancy that prepares consciousness for new life. They have learned that every season has its purpose, that the apparent death of winter is actually the necessary preparation for the abundant life of spring, that conscious cooperation with these natural rhythms is far more effective than attempts to override them. In their relationship to their own calling and purpose, the law of enantiodromia creates a dynamic that can be challenging for conventional understanding. They recognize that their deepest purpose is not a fixed mission to be accomplished, but a dynamic process to be served, not a destination to be reached, but a way of being that must continuously adapt to changing circumstances. This creates a quality of purposeful uncertainty, a sense of mission that is simultaneously absolute and completely flexible. The laboratory of their being becomes a place where the personal will learns to serve the transpersonal intelligence, where individual desires align themselves with the larger movements of consciousness evolution. This alignment is not achieved through suppression of personal needs, but through the gradual recognition that what the soul truly desires is always compatible with what consciousness needs for its continued development. In the deepest chambers of their alchemical laboratory, they have discovered that the marriage of death and birth operates through love, not the sentimental love that seeks to preserve and possess, but the fierce love that is willing to allow beloved forms to die when their time has come, the tender love that can midwife new births, even when the process involves pain and uncertainty. This love is informed by understanding of enantiodromia as the cosmic expression of consciousness's love for its own evolution, its refusal to remain trapped in any single form, no matter how beautiful or successful. The sacred cycles they serve reveal themselves as expressions of what Jung called the teleological aspect of the psyche, the purposiveness that guides consciousness toward ever greater levels of integration and wholeness. Each cycle of death and birth, each enantiodromia, each transformation serves this larger purpose, even when the immediate experience seems chaotic or destructive. They have learned to trust this deeper purposiveness, even when they cannot understand its immediate manifestations. Their embodiment of enantiodromia creates what might be called a field of possibility around them, a zone of influence within which others experience increased freedom to undergo their own necessary transformations. This is not because they actively encourage change, but because their very presence demonstrates that change is survivable, that consciousness is more resilient than its forms, that endings are not enemies but friends in disguise. In the secret chambers of their alchemical understanding, they have discovered that the law of enantiodromia is actually an expression of love, the universe's love for its own creativity, consciousness's love for its own evolution, life's love for its own endless becoming. This recognition transforms their relationship to change from endurance to celebration, from submission to collaboration, from suffering to participation in the cosmic joy of eternal becoming. The wisdom they carry becomes available to others not through teaching, but through transmission, not through explanation, but through demonstration. In their presence, others begin to sense the sacred rhythm that governs all authentic development, the cosmic heartbeat in which every systole of completion creates the conditions for a new diastole of beginning. Every gathering creates the energy for a new release. Every death opens the womb for a new birth. The cycles they understand extend beyond the psychological into the spiritual realm, where enantiodromia reveals itself as the eternal dance between emptiness and form, between the absolute and the relative, between the one and the many. They have learned to participate consciously in this cosmic dance, to allow their individual existence to become a conscious expression of the universal principles that govern all becoming. In their understanding, the law of enantiodromia is not merely a psychological principle, but a cosmic law that operates at every level of existence, from the quantum fluctuations that give birth to matter, through the biological cycles that govern all life, to the spiritual rhythms that determine the evolution of consciousness itself. Their individual experience of this law connects them to the very foundation of existence, making them conscious participants in the eternal creativity that continuously transforms nothing into something, potential into actual, darkness into light. Through their embodied understanding of sacred cycles, they become what Jung called modern individuals, not in the sense of being contemporary, but in the sense of being whole, integrated, conscious participants in their own development. They demonstrate that it is possible to live consciously with paradox, to embrace uncertainty without losing stability, to participate actively in transformation without losing essential continuity. The gift they offer to a world struggling with unprecedented change is the demonstration that enantiodromia is not chaos, but cosmic order, not destruction, but creative transformation, not the enemy of stability, but the very process through which true stability is achieved. In their presence, others learn to dance with change rather than resist it, to trust the wisdom of transformation rather than fear its uncertainty, to recognize in every ending the secret doorway to a beginning that could not have emerged through any other path. The sacred cycles they understand culminate in the recognition that consciousness itself is the eternal constant within all change, the unchanging awareness within which all transformations occur, the stable presence that witnesses every death and celebrates every birth, while remaining unborn and undying itself. In this recognition, the law of enantiodromia reveals its deepest secret, that all change serves the emergence of what is unchanging, that all transformation points toward the recognition of what needs no transformation, that every cycle of death and birth is ultimately a celebration of the eternal life that plays at dying and being born, while never actually experiencing either. In the end, their understanding of enantiodromia becomes a form of worship, not worship of change itself, but worship of the intelligence that expresses itself through change, reverence for the love that is willing to sacrifice every form for the sake of consciousness's continued evolution, gratitude for the sacred privilege of conscious participation in the eternal becoming that is the very nature of existence itself. Through their embodied understanding of sacred cycles, they become living prayers offered by consciousness to itself, conscious expressions of the cosmic gratitude that recognizes every ending as a gift and every beginning as a miracle. There exists within the great tapestry of human consciousness a peculiar phenomenon that Jung observed with both reverence and trepidation, the emergence of souls who carry within their personal unconscious not merely their own rejected material, but the projected shadows of entire communities, cultures, and epochs. These are the unwilling prophets of our collective transformation, born into incarnations that demand they serve as lightning rods for the psychological material that societies refuse to acknowledge, integrate, or heal. You may recognize yourself in this description, may feel the weight of carrying more than what seems rightfully yours. The burden of being such a vessel is immense, for it requires that one's personal journey of ending chapters become inextricably woven with the collective individuation process itself. What appears to others as personal crisis or individual dissolution is, in truth, a sacred undertaking, the transformation of collective shadow material through the crucible of a single conscious soul. The collective shadow, as Jung understood it, represents all that a culture, community, or era refuses to acknowledge about itself. It contains the repressed impulses, the denied potentials, the unlived possibilities that societies project outward onto scapegoats, enemies, or marginalized groups. Yet sometimes, in the mysterious wisdom of the unconscious, individuals are born who serve as containers for this projected material, not as victims, but as agents of transformation. These souls often find themselves inexplicably drawn to situations, relationships, and circumstances that others avoid. They gravitate toward the edges, the margins, the places where collective projections gather like storm clouds. They become magnets for the very energies that societies most need to integrate, but most resist acknowledging. In their personal struggles, in their repeated experiences of ending chapters, they are working not only their own psychological material, but serving as alchemical vessels for collective healing. The phenomenon reveals itself early, though its true nature may remain hidden for decades. As children, these individuals often display an uncanny sensitivity to group dynamics, an ability to perceive the undercurrents and hidden tensions that adults pretend don't exist. They may find themselves repeatedly cast in roles they never chose: the family scapegoat, the one who causes trouble, the child who inexplicably triggers the very reactions in others that reveal their shadow material. What appears to be personal misfortune or repeated patterns of difficulty is actually the unconscious recognition of a sacred role. The psyche, in its infinite wisdom, has prepared certain souls to serve as transformative vessels, equipped them with the resilience and depth necessary to carry collective shadow material without being destroyed by it. Their personal journey of ending chapters becomes a form of shamanic service, a descent into the collective, unconscious for the purpose of retrieval and integration. This recognition often comes with a profound sense of both burden and calling. To understand oneself as an unwilling prophet of collective transformation is to grasp that one's personal suffering has transpersonal meaning, that the repeated experiences of dissolution and renewal serve a purpose far greater than individual healing. Yet this understanding brings with it the terrible responsibility of conscious participation in collective individuation. The process unfolds through a series of projective encounters that seem to follow the individual wherever they go. In each new environment, workplace, community, relationship, they find themselves becoming the repository for others' unlived potential, rejected aspects, and shadow projections. They become the screen onto which others project their fears, their unfulfilled dreams, their capacity for transformation that they themselves are too frightened to embrace. This is not passive victimization, but active service, though it may take years to recognize it as such. The unwilling prophet learns to navigate these projective encounters with increasing consciousness, understanding that they are being asked to metabolize and transform energy that belongs not only to themselves, but to the collective psyche. Their personal work becomes collective work. Their individual healing becomes a form of cultural healing. The shadow material that accumulates around these individuals often reflects the deepest wounds and greatest potentials of their communities. In a culture that fears emotional depth, they may find themselves carrying intense feeling states that others cannot tolerate. In communities that resist change, they become catalysts for transformation that others both need and resent. In families or groups that maintain rigid structures, they embody the force of necessary dissolution. Jung observed that such individuals often possess what he called a thin boundary between conscious and unconscious material. They have easier access to symbolic thinking, dream imagery, and intuitive knowing, but they also have less protection from the psychological material that others keep carefully defended against. This permeability makes them ideal vessels for collective transformation, but also vulnerable to being overwhelmed by energies that are not originally their own. The journey of the unwilling prophet involves learning to distinguish between personal shadow material and projected collective shadow. This discernment is crucial for psychological health and effective service. Without it, one may become lost in a maze of others' projections, unable to find one's authentic self beneath the weight of collective expectation and transference. Personal shadow work remains essential, for it is only through integrating one's own rejected aspects that one gains the strength and clarity to serve as a container for collective material. The individual must first learn to embrace their own darkness, their own capacity for destruction and creation, before they can safely hold space for others' unlived potential. This integration creates the psychological stability necessary for the larger work. The collective projections often center around themes that the broader culture most needs to integrate. In our contemporary context, this might include the capacity for authentic emotion in a disconnected world, the willingness to embrace uncertainty in a culture obsessed with control, or the ability to end chapters gracefully in a society that clings desperately to forms that have outlived their purpose. These unwilling prophets often find themselves repeatedly entering situations that are ready for ending, transformation, or renewal. They may be drawn to relationships on the verge of completion, organizations in need of restructuring, or communities facing necessary transitions. Their presence catalyzes processes that were already gestating beneath the surface, bringing to consciousness what was previously hidden or denied. The role demands enormous psychological resilience, for it involves repeatedly witnessing and facilitating the death of forms that others desperately want to preserve. The unwilling prophet becomes intimate with endings in ways that make others deeply uncomfortable. They develop a familiarity with dissolution, transformation, and rebirth that others find both fascinating and terrifying. Yet this intimate knowledge of transformation processes is precisely what qualifies them for their role. They understand viscerally that endings are not failures but necessary stages in the cycle of renewal. They know in their bones that death precedes rebirth, that dissolution is required for authentic regeneration. This embodied wisdom makes them natural facilitators of collective transformation, even when they would prefer to avoid the role. The projection dynamics often manifest in paradoxical ways. The very individuals who most need the transformative capacity that the unwilling prophet carries may be the ones who most strongly resist or reject them. There is an unconscious recognition of the threat they pose to established patterns, even when those patterns are clearly dysfunctional or outdated. This resistance takes many forms: scapegoating, marginalization, attempts to silence or discredit their perspective. Yet paradoxically, these same communities often cannot let them go completely, recognizing at some level their essential role in the collective process. The unwilling prophet becomes both indispensable and unwanted, carrying the culture's need for transformation while being punished for embodying it. The psychological toll of this dynamic cannot be underestimated. To serve as a container for collective shadow material while simultaneously being rejected by the collective creates a profound existential tension. Many unwilling prophets experience periods of deep isolation, feeling neither fully accepted by the mainstream culture nor able to abandon their role in its transformation. Yet within this isolation lies a sacred solitude, a necessary withdrawal that allows for the deep work of integration and transformation to occur. Like the hermit in the tarot, the unwilling prophet must sometimes retreat from collective engagement to process the material they have absorbed, to separate what belongs to them from what belongs to others, and to find their own center amidst the chaos of projective dynamics. The integration of collective shadow material requires specific psychological practices and frameworks. Traditional therapy focused primarily on individual healing may be insufficient for those carrying transpersonal material. These individuals often benefit from approaches that acknowledge the collective dimension of their experience. Depth psychology, archetypal therapy, or shamanic practices that recognize their role as bridges between individual and collective consciousness. The process often involves learning to work with projection as a form of sacred communication, rather than simply deflecting or returning projections to their source. The unwilling prophet learns to receive them consciously, to extract whatever kernel of truth or transformation they contain, and to metabolize them in service of both individual and collective healing. This requires developing what might be called projective discernment, the ability to sense when one is receiving material that belongs to others, while maintaining clear boundaries around one's own psychological territory. It involves learning to work with projective dynamics as a form of psychic ecology, understanding that the movement of shadow material through the collective unconscious follows patterns similar to those found in natural systems. The unwilling prophet often develops unusual sensitivity to collective moods, cultural undercurrents, and emerging social tensions. They may find themselves experiencing anxiety, depression, or other psychological states that seem to arise without personal cause, later discovering that these states reflect emerging collective concerns or approaching cultural transitions. This sensitivity can be overwhelming without proper context and understanding. Many unwilling prophets spend years believing they are simply more susceptible to psychological disturbance than others, not realizing they are actually serving as early warning systems for collective psychological weather patterns. The personal work of ending chapters becomes a way of processing and transforming these collective energies before they manifest as broader cultural crises. The role often demands a fundamental reorientation of one's relationship to personal identity and life purpose. The unwilling prophet must learn to hold their individual story lightly, understanding it as part of a larger narrative of collective transformation. Personal desires, ambitions, and even relationships may need to be subordinated to the deeper calling of service to collective individuation. This surrender is perhaps the most difficult aspect of the role, for it asks the individual to release attachment to conventional notions of personal success, happiness, or fulfillment. The unwilling prophet's satisfaction must come from the knowledge that their personal journey serves the larger evolution of consciousness, even when that service comes at great personal cost. Yet paradoxically, this surrender often leads to a more authentic and fulfilling existence than would have been possible through conventional means. By aligning with their deeper purpose as agents of collective transformation, unwilling prophets often discover reserves of meaning, resilience, and even joy that they never knew they possessed. The work requires developing what Jung called a religious attitude, not necessarily adherence to any particular spiritual tradition, but a recognition of the sacred dimension of psychological transformation and one's role in facilitating it. This attitude provides the psychological container necessary for holding both personal and collective shadow material without being overwhelmed or destroyed by it. The unwilling prophet must also learn to work with timing and rhythm in ways that honor both individual and collective processes. Sometimes the role demands active engagement, speaking difficult truths, challenging dysfunctional systems, or catalyzing necessary changes. Other times it requires patient waiting, allowing collective energies to gather momentum before intervention becomes possible or appropriate. This sensitivity to timing often develops through repeated experiences of premature action and its consequences. Many unwilling prophets learn through trial and error, when their interventions are welcomed and when they simply generate more resistance. They develop an intuitive sense of when collective systems are ready for transformation and when they are still too defended to receive it. The projection dynamics often center around capacities that the collective most needs to develop but most fears to embrace. In our current cultural moment, this might include the ability to tolerate uncertainty and ambiguity, the willingness to grieve what has been lost, or the courage to imagine radically different ways of organizing social and economic life. The unwilling prophet embodies these capacities not as personal attributes, but as gifts to the collective. Their comfort with endings becomes a resource for communities struggling with necessary transitions. Their ability to navigate uncertainty becomes a beacon for societies paralyzed by change. Their familiarity with shadow material becomes a guide for cultures ready to integrate what they have long denied. Yet the embodiment of these capacities often comes at the cost of conventional belonging and acceptance. The unwilling prophet may find themselves perpetually on the margins, never quite fitting into established categories or communities. This marginality is both the source of their effectiveness and the price of their service. The role often involves a series of initiatory experiences that prepare the individual for increasingly complex forms of collective service. Each ending chapter in their personal life becomes a training ground for facilitating collective endings. Each experience of dissolution and renewal deepens their understanding of transformation processes and their ability to guide others through similar passages. These initiations are rarely chosen consciously, but emerge from the deep wisdom of the psyche, which knows what preparation is needed for the work ahead. The individual may find themselves repeatedly placed in situations that stretch their capacity to hold paradox, navigate complexity, and maintain equilibrium in the midst of chaos. The development of these capacities is essential, for the work of collective transformation demands extraordinary psychological resources. The unwilling prophet must be able to hold space for others' projections without being overwhelmed by them, to facilitate difficult conversations without becoming polarized, and to remain centered in their own truth while being buffeted by collective energies. The role also requires developing a sophisticated understanding of group dynamics and systems thinking. The unwilling prophet learns to see patterns that others miss, how individual symptoms reflect collective wounds, how personal crises mirror cultural transitions, how family dynamics reproduce broader social conflicts. This systemic perspective allows them to work more effectively with the projective material they receive. Rather than becoming caught up in the personal drama of individual projections, they learn to see them as communications about larger patterns that need attention and transformation. The work often involves serving as a bridge between different levels of consciousness, helping individuals understand how their personal struggles connect to collective themes, assisting groups in recognizing the archetypal dimensions of their conflicts, and supporting communities in navigating transitions that mirror universal patterns of death and rebirth. This bridging function requires facility with multiple languages of meaning: psychological, spiritual, mythological, and practical. The unwilling prophet must be able to translate between different frameworks and worldviews, helping others find the connections between their immediate experience and the larger patterns of collective transformation. The role frequently involves periods of profound loneliness and misunderstanding. Others may perceive the unwilling prophet's perspective as too intense, too complex, or too challenging to conventional assumptions. They may be accused of being negative, pessimistic, or overly dramatic when they are simply attuned to collective dynamics that others prefer to ignore. Yet this apparent isolation is often necessary for the deep work of integration and preparation that their role requires. Like the shaman who must journey to other worlds to retrieve healing knowledge, the unwilling prophet must sometimes withdraw from conventional reality to process the material they have absorbed and to prepare for the next phase of their service. The integration of collective shadow material is an ongoing process rather than a one-time achievement. Each new projective encounter brings fresh material to be processed, understood, and transformed. The unwilling prophet must develop sustainable practices for this ongoing work. Meditation, creative expression, connection with nature, or other activities that support psychological digestion and renewal. The role often demands a high tolerance for ambiguity and paradox. The unwilling prophet must be able to hold seemingly contradictory truths simultaneously, understanding that they are both chosen and victimized, both powerful and vulnerable, both serving collective healing and experiencing personal wounding in the process. This capacity for holding paradox is essential for working with collective shadow material, which often contains contradictory elements that cannot be resolved through rational analysis alone. The unwilling prophet must learn to work with paradox as a source of creative tension, rather than seeking premature resolution or false clarity. The work also requires developing what might be called prophetic discernment, the ability to distinguish between authentic intuitive insights about collective needs and personal projections or wishful thinking. This discernment develops through experience and through ongoing shadow work that helps the individual recognize their own unconscious material. The unwilling prophet must also learn to work with resistance, both their own and others, as valuable information about the transformation process. Resistance often indicates that important material is being activated, that defenses are being challenged, or that systems are being pushed toward necessary change. Rather than seeing resistance as something to be overcome or defeated, the mature, unwilling prophet learns to work with it skillfully, understanding that it serves important protective functions even as it may impede necessary growth. This nuanced relationship with resistance allows for more effective and sustainable transformation work. The role frequently involves serving as a container for grief, both personal and collective. The unwilling prophet often finds themselves holding space for losses that others cannot yet acknowledge or process. They may find themselves mourning the death of cultural forms, relationship patterns, or ways of life that others are still desperately trying to preserve. This capacity to grieve consciously is one of their most valuable gifts to the collective. In a culture that often avoids or medicates grief, the unwilling prophet's ability to feel fully and process loss completely provides a model and a container for others' unexpressed sorrow. The work requires maintaining connection to sources of renewal and inspiration that can sustain them through the dark passages that their role inevitably demands. Whether through connection with nature, artistic expression, spiritual practice, or intimate relationships, the unwilling prophet must cultivate resources that can nourish them when they are depleted by their service to collective transformation. The role also involves learning to recognize and honor the cycles of their own capacity. There are times when they are called to active engagement with collective shadow material, and times when they need to withdraw for rest, integration, and renewal. Respecting these natural rhythms is essential for sustainable service. As the unwilling prophet matures in their role, they often develop the ability to train or mentor others who are called to similar service. They learn to recognize the signs of those who carry collective material and can provide guidance, support, and validation for others navigating similar journeys. This mentoring function becomes part of their ongoing service to collective individuation. By helping others understand and integrate their role as carriers of collective shadow material, They contribute to the development of a more conscious and effective network of transformation agents. The ultimate goal of the unwilling prophet's work is not personal glorification or recognition, but the gradual integration of collective shadow material in service of cultural and species-wide individuation. Their personal journey of ending chapters becomes a form of sacred activism, contributing to the evolution of consciousness through the transformation of projected and denied aspects of the collective psyche. This work is rarely recognized or appreciated in conventional terms, yet it represents one of the most essential functions in the ecology of collective consciousness. The unwilling prophets serve as the immune system of the collective psyche, processing toxins and infections before they can overwhelm the larger system. Their willingness to carry and transform collective shadow material creates space for others to grow and evolve more safely. By metabolizing the most difficult aspects of collective transformation through their personal journey, they make it possible for broader cultural shifts to occur with less destructive upheaval. The recognition of oneself as an unwilling prophet of collective transformation can be simultaneously liberating and terrifying. It provides a framework for understanding experiences that may have seemed random or meaningless, while also clarifying the magnitude of the responsibility one carries. Yet this recognition also opens the door to a deeper sense of purpose and meaning than is available through conventional life paths. To understand one's personal struggles as part of the larger story of collective evolution is to find dignity and significance in experiences that might otherwise seem like failure or misfortune. The unwilling prophet's journey ultimately becomes a testament to the transformative power of consciousness itself, demonstrating that even the most difficult experiences can serve purposes beyond individual understanding, and that the willingness to embrace one's deepest calling can become a gift to the evolution of life itself. Deep within the architecture of the human psyche, hidden beneath layers of social conditioning and civilized restraint, pulses an ancient and essential force that Jung recognized as fundamental to psychological wholeness: the archetypal destroyer. This is not the petty anger of wounded ego or the reactive rage of unmet needs, but something far more profound and sacred: the divine discontent that arises when life force encounters forms that have calcified beyond redemption, when the soul recognizes structures that have become prisons rather than vessels for authentic expression. Those called to end chapters carry this archetypal energy as both burden and blessing. They possess within their deepest nature a holy rage against stagnation, spiritual death, and the persistent clinging to forms that no longer serve the evolution of consciousness. This is the destroyer aspect of Shiva, the wrathful compassion of Kali, the fierce love that burns away illusion to reveal truth. Not mere destruction for its own sake, but the sacred violence that clears ground for new life to emerge. To understand this archetypal force requires releasing attachment to conventional notions of anger as purely negative or destructive. The sacred rage of the archetypal destroyer is a manifestation of the life force itself, rising up in fierce opposition to whatever would diminish, constrain, or corrupt the essential vitality of existence. It is the immune response of the soul, activated when it encounters energies, relationships, or structures that have become parasitic rather than nourishing. This divine discontent often manifests early in life as an inexplicable intolerance for falseness, pretense, and dead forms masquerading as living relationships. The future ender of chapters may find themselves erupting in seemingly disproportionate responses to situations that others accept as normal or inevitable. They react viscerally to hypocrisy, to the maintenance of structures that exist only through habit or fear, to the sacrifice of authentic expression on the altar of social acceptability. What appears to others as troublemaking, rebelliousness, or inability to adapt is actually the stirring of an archetypal force that serves essential functions in both individual and collective psychology. The archetypal destroyer within recognizes, often before the conscious mind can articulate it, when situations have become spiritually toxic, when relationships have devolved into mutual diminishment, when institutions have forgotten their original purpose and exist only to perpetuate themselves. The sacred rage emerges not from personal wounding, though personal wounds may amplify its expression, but from a deep attunement to the natural rhythms of death and rebirth that govern all authentic transformation. It is activated when these natural rhythms are blocked, when endings are artificially prolonged, when the composting process necessary for new growth is prevented by desperate clinging to decaying forms. This archetypal energy carries within it an inherent wisdom about timing, knowing when forms have reached their natural conclusion, when structures have become impediments rather than supports, when relationships have fulfilled their purpose and continued maintenance requires the sacrifice of vitality and truth. The destroyer aspect possesses an unerring instinct for recognizing when death is needed to serve life. Yet this gift comes with tremendous challenges, for the archetypal destroyer often finds itself at odds with collective values that prioritize stability, continuity, and the preservation of established forms regardless of their vitality or authenticity. The sacred rage may be perceived as threatening, dangerous, or pathological by those who have invested their identity in maintaining structures that the destroyer recognizes as spiritually bankrupt. The integration of this archetypal energy requires profound discrimination and conscious relationship. Left unconscious or rejected entirely, it may manifest as chronic anger, destructive acting out, or a compulsive pattern of burning bridges and creating unnecessary chaos. Yet when embraced consciously and channeled skillfully, it becomes one of the most powerful forces for authentic transformation and spiritual evolution. The path toward integration begins with recognizing the sacred nature of this rage, understanding it not as a personal failing or emotional problem to be eliminated, but as a divine gift that carries essential information about the health and vitality of one's psychological and spiritual ecosystem. The archetypal destroyer serves as an internal guardian of authenticity, rising to protect the essential self from contamination by dead or toxic influences. Learning to distinguish between sacred rage and personal reactivity becomes crucial work for those carrying this archetypal energy. Sacred rage emerges from a deep knowing about what serves life and what diminishes it. It is impersonal in its origins, though deeply personal in its implications. It arises not from wounded ego, but from the self's commitment to truth, growth, and authentic expression. Personal reactivity, by contrast, emerges from unhealed wounds, unmet needs, and defensive patterns that seek to protect the ego from perceived threats. While this reactive anger may be triggered by similar situations, its energy feels different, more contracted, more focused on blame or vindication, more concerned with being right than with serving the deeper purposes of transformation. The archetypal destroyer's sacred rage carries a different quality entirely. It burns clean without the sticky residue of personal grievance. It seeks not punishment or revenge, but the restoration of life force, the removal of obstacles to authentic expression, the clearing away of dead wood so that new growth can emerge. Its ultimate motivation is love, love for life itself, for truth, for the unfolding potential that is being constrained by dysfunctional forms. This discernment between sacred and personal anger requires ongoing inner work and honest self-examination. The individual must learn to feel the difference in their body, to recognize the distinct energetic signatures of these different forms of rage. Sacred anger often feels expansive, even in its intensity, connected to something larger than personal concerns. Personal anger tends to feel contractive, self-referential, and ultimately depleting. The integration process also involves learning to channel this archetypal energy constructively rather than simply expressing it reactively. The raw power of sacred rage must be refined through conscious relationship, guided by wisdom and compassion, directed toward purposes that serve the greater good rather than merely personal satisfaction. This refinement often requires developing what might be called strategic patience, the ability to feel the full force of sacred rage while choosing the most skillful means of expression. Sometimes this archetypal energy is best channeled through direct confrontation and clear boundary setting. Other times it serves transformation more effectively through strategic withdrawal, creative expression, or the gradual modeling of alternative possibilities. The archetypal destroyer learns to work with timing and context, understanding that the same truthful rage that might catalyze necessary change in one situation could simply create destructive chaos in another. This skill develops through experience, through the inevitable mistakes of premature or unskillful expression, and through growing sensitivity to the readiness of systems and relationships to receive transformative energy. The sacred rage often emerges most powerfully in response to collective forms of spiritual death, corrupt institutions, dysfunctional family systems, toxic cultural patterns, or economic structures that prioritize profit over life. The archetypal destroyer within recognizes these systems as parasitic, drawing energy from genuine vitality while offering nothing life-giving in return. This recognition creates what Jung called a divine dissatisfaction that cannot be appeased through conventional solutions or superficial reforms. The archetypal destroyer knows instinctively that some forms cannot be healed or reformed but must be allowed to die so that authentic alternatives can emerge. This knowing creates an inevitable tension with collective desires to maintain stability and continuity at any cost. The carrier of this archetypal energy often finds themselves unable to participate unconsciously in systems they recognize as spiritually dead, even when such participation would offer material advantages or social acceptance. They may leave careers, relationships, or communities that others would consider successful or desirable, driven by an inner knowing that continued participation would require the sacrifice of something essential to their soul's purpose. This discernment is not based on rational analysis alone, but emerges from a deep body knowing, an instinctual recognition of what feeds life and what feeds death. The archetypal destroyer possesses a kind of spiritual immune system that reacts viscerally to energies, situations, and relationships that would compromise the integrity of their essential self. Yet this gift of discernment comes with the challenge of often feeling alienated from mainstream values and conventional definitions of success. The archetypal destroyer may be perceived as difficult, uncompromising, or unable to appreciate the good aspects of situations that they ultimately choose to leave or transform. This misunderstanding is particularly painful because the motivation behind the destroyer's actions is ultimately love for life, for truth, for the highest potential of all beings involved. Yet this love expresses itself through fierce boundaries, refusal to enable dysfunction, and willingness to end chapters that others would prefer to extend indefinitely. The archetypal destroyer must learn to hold steady in the face of projection and misunderstanding, trusting their inner knowing even when it seems to isolate them from others. They must develop the courage to act from their deepest truth, even when such action is perceived as destructive or harmful by those who benefit from maintaining dysfunctional status quo. This requires developing what might be called fierce compassion, the ability to act lovingly on behalf of life itself, even when such action causes temporary pain or disruption to established patterns. The archetypal destroyer learns that true compassion sometimes requires saying no, setting boundaries, or refusing to enable patterns that diminish the vitality and authenticity of all involved. The sacred rage often serves as fuel for creative expression and innovative solutions. Rather than simply destroying existing forms, the integrated archetypal destroyer learns to channel this powerful energy toward the creation of alternatives. The rage against what is dysfunctional becomes passion for what could be more life-giving and authentic. This creative channeling transforms destruction into regeneration, ending into beginning, sacred anger into sacred activism. The archetypal destroyer becomes not merely a force of dissolution, but an agent of conscious evolution, using their gift of discernment to identify what needs to die and their creative power to midwife what needs to be born. The integration of this archetypal energy also requires healing the cultural split between destruction and creation, recognizing them as complementary aspects of a single life force. In a culture that often views destruction as inherently negative, the archetypal destroyer must learn to honor the sacred function of ending, dissolution, and death as essential phases in the cycle of renewal. This integration allows them to embrace their role as agents of necessary ending without guilt or apology, understanding that their gift serves the larger purposes of evolution and growth. They learn to see themselves not as problems to be solved, but as natural forces serving essential functions in the ecology of transformation. The work often involves reclaiming and rehabilitating the concept of sacred violence, not physical aggression or harm to others, but the fierce commitment to truth that is willing to destroy illusions, break dysfunctional patterns, and refuse to collude with spiritual death. This sacred violence is an expression of love for life itself, a refusal to allow authentic vitality to be sacrificed to fear, habit, or false peace. The archetypal destroyer learns to wield this sacred violence skillfully, understanding that its purpose is always regenerative rather than merely destructive. They develop sensitivity to what Jung called the transcendent function, the psyche's natural tendency toward wholeness and growth, and learn to align their destructive actions with these deeper currents of transformation. This alignment transforms the archetypal destroyer from a force of chaos into an agent of conscious evolution. Their sacred rage becomes a tool of discrimination, helping to separate what serves life from what serves death, what supports authentic expression from what constrains it, what facilitates growth from what perpetuates stagnation. The mature expression of this archetypal energy often manifests as an uncompromising commitment to truth and authenticity that serves as a catalyst for others' growth. The archetypal destroyer's refusal to participate in collective illusions or dysfunctional patterns creates space for more authentic possibilities to emerge. Their presence alone can activate the sacred rage in others who have long suppressed their own knowing about what needs to change. By modeling the courage to end chapters that have outlived their purpose, they give others permission to honor their own deep knowing about what needs to die in their lives, so that new life can emerge. This catalytic function is one of the archetypal destroyer's greatest gifts to collective transformation. By refusing to enable spiritual death and consistently choosing life-serving alternatives, they demonstrate that change is possible, that endings can be sacred, and that the destruction of dysfunctional forms opens space for something more authentic and vital to emerge. The journey toward integrating this archetypal energy is ultimately a journey toward wholeness, learning to honor both the creative and destructive aspects of life force as necessary partners in the dance of existence. The archetypal destroyer discovers that their sacred rage is not separate from love, but is love expressing itself through fierce commitment to life, truth, and authentic expression. This integration allows them to serve as guardians of vitality in a world that often chooses familiarity over aliveness, security over growth, false peace over authentic transformation. Their sacred rage becomes a beacon for others who carry similar archetypal energies, a reminder that some things are worth fighting for, and that the willingness to end chapters gracefully is one of the most loving gifts we can offer to life itself. In the ancient laboratories of the alchemists, before the age of mechanistic science divorced matter from spirit, practitioners understood that all authentic transformation begins with nigredo, the phase of blackening, putrefaction, and symbolic death that precedes every genuine rebirth. This was not metaphor, but living truth encoded in their vessels and retorts, witnessed in the dissolution of base metals into primordial chaos before their reconstitution as gold. They knew what our sanitized culture has forgotten, that creation and destruction are not opposites, but dance partners in the cosmic ballet of becoming. Those born to end chapters must become intimate with nigredo in ways that others can scarcely imagine. Their lives unfold as a series of necessary collapses, each one a sacred initiation into deeper layers of transformation. What appears to external observers as failure, breakdown, or inability to maintain stability is actually the soul's profound commitment to authentic evolution, a willingness to allow old forms to dissolve completely so that new life can emerge from the fertile void of unknowing. The nigredo phase represents far more than temporary difficulty or situational challenge. It is a fundamental alteration of being itself, a descent into the primordial darkness where all forms dissolve into their essential components. During these periods, the ordinary structures of identity, relationship, and meaning that normally provide stability and orientation simply cease to function. One enters a realm where the usual rules no longer apply, where familiar landmarks disappear, and where the very ground of existence seems to shift and dissolve beneath one's feet. For those called to end chapters, these nigredo experiences are not aberrations or signs of psychological instability, but necessary phases in their ongoing individuation process. They represent moments when the psyche has outgrown its current containers and must undergo fundamental restructuring. The old wineskins can no longer hold the new wine of expanded consciousness. They must be allowed to split open so that more spacious vessels can form. The descent into nigredo often begins subtly, with a growing sense of dissatisfaction or restlessness that can't be remedied through external changes. The individual may find that activities, relationships, or pursuits that once brought fulfillment now feel empty or constraining. There is a quality of divine dissatisfaction that emerges from the depths, a knowing that current forms of existence are no longer adequate for the soul's continued evolution. This initial stirring of discontent is the psyche's way of preparing for the deeper dissolution to come. Like autumn trees preparing for winter, the conscious mind begins to withdraw energy from external investments, though it may not yet understand the deeper process that is unfolding. There is often a sense of being called inward, away from the usual activities and concerns that occupy ordinary consciousness. As the nigredo deepens, the process becomes unmistakably transformational rather than merely circumstantial. External structures may begin to collapse, relationships end, Careers dissolve, living situations become untenable, health challenges emerge. Yet these external dissolutions are reflections of deeper psychological processes, manifestations of an inner reorganization that demands the complete breakdown of previous forms of being. During the heart of Negredo, the individual often experiences what mystics have called the dark night of the soul, a profound sense of spiritual abandonment, existential emptiness, and loss of meaning that cannot be resolved through ordinary means. Prayer may feel hollow, meditation may bring no peace, and the very practices that once provided comfort and guidance may seem to have lost their power. This is not spiritual failure, but spiritual maturation, the necessary stripping away of consolations and certainties that prepares the soul for direct encounter with the mystery of existence. The psychological symptoms of Negredo can be intense and disorienting. Depression, anxiety, and a sense of existential meaninglessness are common, yet these states differ qualitatively from purely pathological conditions. There is often an underlying sense of purposefulness to the dissolution, a recognition that something essential is occurring beneath the surface chaos. The individual may intuitively understand that they are undergoing initiation rather than simply experiencing breakdown, even when they cannot articulate or explain this knowing to others. Sleep patterns frequently become disrupted during Negredo phases, as the psyche conducts its reconstructive work during the vulnerable hours of night. Dreams may become intensely symbolic, filled with images of death, dissolution, and transformation. The boundary between conscious and unconscious material becomes more permeable, allowing deeper layers of the psyche to surface and be integrated. What appears as insomnia or disturbed rest is often the natural rhythm of profound psychological digestion. The temptation during Negredo is to seek premature escape from the dissolution process, to grasp onto new relationships, career changes, or spiritual practices that promise to restore stability and meaning. Yet such attempts at rescue often interrupt the necessary process of decomposition, preventing the complete breakdown that must occur before authentic renewal becomes possible. The Negredo demands patience, surrender, and a willingness to remain in the unknowing darkness until the process completes itself naturally. This patience is perhaps the most challenging aspect of Negredo work, particularly in a culture that pathologizes extended periods of uncertainty, depression, or apparent non-productivity. Friends and family members may pressure the individual to get better, seek treatment, or make changes that would artificially terminate the dissolution process. The cultural message is clear. Darkness is to be avoided, uncertainty is problematic, and periods of non-doing are inherently unhealthy. Yet those who have learned to navigate Negredo understand that these dark passages are not deviations from the spiritual path, but essential components of authentic transformation. They recognize that the psyche has its own wisdom about timing, that some processes cannot be rushed, and that premature emergence from the dissolution can result in superficial healing that leaves deeper patterns unchanged. The alchemical texts speak of Negredo as the stage of putrefaction, where the prima materia, the raw material of transformation, must be allowed to rot and decay completely before it can be reconstituted in a higher form. This putrefaction is not merely destructive but profoundly generative, creating the compost from which new life will eventually emerge. The decomposition of old forms releases essential nutrients that will nourish whatever seeks to be born. In psychological terms, this putrefaction involves the breakdown of ego structures, defense mechanisms, and identity formations that have become rigid or limiting. Beliefs about oneself, assumptions about how life should unfold, and strategies for maintaining security and control must all be composted in the depths of the unconscious. This process cannot be controlled or directed through willpower, but must be allowed to unfold according to its own organic timing. The individual in Nigredo often experiences a profound sense of being stripped of everything familiar and comfortable. Career identities may dissolve, relationships may end, financial security may evaporate, and even fundamental beliefs about reality may be called into question. Yet this stripping away is not punishment, but preparation, the removal of obstacles to a more authentic way of being that the conscious mind could never have imagined or chosen deliberately. During the deepest phases of Nigredo, there is often a quality of being suspended between worlds, no longer able to inhabit the old ways of being, but not yet able to perceive what new forms are seeking to emerge. This liminal state can be profoundly disorienting, as all the usual reference points for navigation have temporarily disappeared. The individual must learn to find stability in instability itself, to rest in the groundlessness of pure becoming. This suspension between worlds often activates profound spiritual and philosophical questioning. The individual may find themselves confronting ultimate questions about existence, meaning, and purpose with a rawness and immediacy that was previously buffered by external structures and distractions. Who am I when all my roles and identities have dissolved? What is the purpose of existence when all my previous goals seem meaningless? How do I navigate life when all my familiar strategies have proven inadequate? These are not merely intellectual inquiries, but existential koans that must be lived rather than solved. The Nigredo process strips away superficial answers and forces engagement with mystery at its most fundamental level. The individual must learn to rest in not knowing, to find peace within uncertainty, and to trust processes that cannot be understood or controlled through ordinary consciousness. The dissolution often extends to physical symptoms as well, as the body releases stored trauma and outdated patterns of holding. Chronic illnesses may surface or intensify. Mysterious symptoms may appear and disappear, and the individual may experience profound fatigue as their system undergoes deep recalibration. Traditional medical approaches may prove inadequate because the symptoms are not purely physical but psychosomatic manifestations of profound spiritual and psychological transformation. This embodied dimension of Nigredo reminds us that authentic transformation is never merely mental or emotional, but involves the entire being. The cells themselves must release old patterns of memory and conditioning, allowing space for new possibilities to encode themselves at the most fundamental levels of biological existence. The body becomes a crucible for transformation, processing, and integrating changes that consciousness alone cannot accomplish. The social dimension of Nigredo can be equally challenging, as the individual's changing energy and perspective often creates friction with existing relationships and communities. Others may not understand or support the dissolution process, viewing it as self-indulgent, unnecessary, or pathological. Well-meaning friends and family may attempt interventions that interrupt the natural unfolding of transformation, motivated by their own discomfort with witnessing the Nigredo process. This social dimension adds another layer of complexity to the already challenging work of navigating dissolution. The individual must learn to maintain boundaries around their process while remaining open to genuine support, to discern between helpful and harmful interventions, and to find ways of explaining their experience to others without compromising the integrity of their journey. Some find it necessary to withdraw significantly from social obligations and relationships during intense Nigredo phases, creating sacred space for the deep work of transformation to unfold. This withdrawal is not antisocial or pathological, but represents a natural instinct to protect the vulnerable process of dissolution and renewal from interference. like a seed that must remain buried in dark earth before it can sprout. The transforming consciousness requires periods of hiddenness and protection. The temptation to spiritualize or romanticize the Nigredo experience must be carefully avoided, as this can become another form of premature escape from its difficult realities. While the dissolution serves essential purposes in the individuation process, it often involves genuine suffering, loss, and disorientation that cannot be transcended through positive thinking or spiritual bypassing. The individual must be willing to feel the full weight of the dissolution without trying to transform it prematurely into something more comfortable or acceptable. Yet within the genuine darkness of Nigredo lies what the alchemists recognized as the most precious material, the prima materia in its purest form, stripped of all contaminating elements and ready for reconstitution at a higher level of organization. The complete breakdown of previous forms creates space for possibilities that could never have emerged while old patterns remained intact. This is why Nigredo cannot be skipped or abbreviated in authentic transformation processes. The attempt to move too quickly to the albedo, whitening, phase of purification or the rubedo, reddening phase of integration will result in superficial change that leaves fundamental patterns untransformed. Only by allowing the complete dissolution of obsolete forms can the psyche create space for genuinely new possibilities to emerge. The navigation of Nigredo requires developing what might be called dissolution consciousness, the capacity to remain present and aware even as familiar structures of identity and meaning dissolve around and within oneself. This consciousness is not ordinary awareness, which depends on stable reference points and consistent patterns, but a deeper kind of witnessing that can remain steady, even in the midst of fundamental uncertainty and change. This dissolution consciousness often develops through practices that support presence without requiring stability. Meditation techniques that emphasize awareness itself rather than particular objects of attention, creative expressions that allow for formlessness and spontaneity, or connection with natural processes that model cycles of death and rebirth. The individual learns to find their center not in external circumstances, but in the unchanging awareness that witnesses all changing phenomena. The development of this consciousness is crucial because ordinary ego-based awareness will inevitably become overwhelmed during intense Nigredo phases. The thinking mind, with its need for categories, explanations, and control strategies, cannot navigate dissolution processes that by their very nature transcend rational comprehension. Only by learning to rest in pure awareness itself can the individual maintain some semblance of equilibrium while everything familiar dissolves. The creative dimension of Nigredo is often overlooked, but represents one of its most valuable aspects. The breakdown of old forms releases tremendous creative energy that was previously locked in maintaining obsolete patterns and structures. This energy becomes available for genuine innovation, artistic expression, and the emergence of new possibilities that were literally unthinkable while previous forms remained intact. Many individuals find that their most profound creative breakthroughs emerge from Nigredo phases, as if the dissolution has cleared away psychological debris that was blocking access to deeper sources of inspiration. The composted material of old identities and beliefs becomes fertile ground for new forms of expression that more accurately reflect the individual's authentic nature and highest potential. Yet this creative potential can only be accessed by remaining present to the dissolution process rather than trying to escape from it. The attempt to use creativity as a way of avoiding the difficult emotions and experiences of Nigredo will result in productions that are more therapeutic than truly creative. helpful for processing but lacking the transformational power that emerges when artistic expression becomes a vehicle for the deeper wisdom that is seeking to emerge through the dissolution. The duration of Negredo phases varies enormously between individuals and circumstances. Some experience relatively brief but intense periods of dissolution, while others undergo extended passages that may last months or even years. The timing cannot be controlled or predicted, but seems to correspond to the depth of transformation that is seeking to occur, and the degree of resistance or cooperation the individual offers to the process. Attempting to rush or abbreviate Negredo typically extends its duration, as the psyche continues the dissolution until it is truly complete. Conversely, surrendering fully to the process and allowing it to unfold according to its own wisdom often allows for more efficient transformation, though this surrender requires considerable trust and courage. The end of a Negredo phase is often as mysterious as its beginning. The individual may gradually notice a lifting of the heavy darkness, a return of energy and interest in life, or the emergence of new possibilities that were previously invisible. Sometimes the transition is marked by a significant dream, a moment of sudden clarity, or an external event that seems to signal the completion of the dissolution process. Yet the emergence from Negredo is not a return to previous ways of being, but a birth into fundamentally new possibilities. The individual who has undergone complete dissolution and allowed authentic renewal to emerge is not the same person who entered the dark passage. New capacities, perspectives, and ways of relating to life have been forged in the crucible of transformation. This emergence marks the beginning of the albedo phase, the whitening or purification process, where the essential elements that survived the dissolution are refined and clarified. But this next phase of the alchemical work can only occur authentically after the Negredo has been completed thoroughly. Any attempt to bypass or abbreviate the dissolution will result in incomplete transformation that may appear successful on the surface, but lacks the deep structural changes that characterize genuine individuation. The repeated navigation of Negredo phases throughout life represents one of the most profound gifts available to those called to end chapters. Each dissolution deepens their capacity to trust the wisdom of transformation processes, to remain present during uncertainty and change, and to recognize the sacred purpose within apparent chaos and breakdown. These individuals become natural guides for others undergoing similar processes, able to provide reassurance and perspective during the darkest phases of dissolution. Their embodied knowledge of Negredo's sacred purpose makes them invaluable companions for others who are learning to trust the wisdom of endings and the necessity of periodic death for authentic renewal. The cultural implications of understanding Negredo are profound, particularly in a society that tends to pathologize depression, medicate grief, and avoid the natural cycles of death and rebirth that characterize all living systems. Those who have learned to navigate dissolution consciously represent a crucial resource for collective healing and transformation. Their willingness to undergo complete breakdown in service of authentic renewal demonstrates that fundamental change is possible, that current structures and patterns are not permanent or inevitable, and that the courage to allow necessary endings can create space for possibilities that were previously unimaginable. The Negredo of necessary collapse ultimately serves the largest purposes of individuation and collective evolution. By allowing old forms to die completely, space is created for the emergence of new possibilities that are more aligned with the deepest truths of existence and more capable of supporting authentic life and growth. This is the sacred gift of those who have learned to embrace Negredo as holy work. They become agents of conscious evolution, demonstrating through their willingness to undergo dissolution that transformation is possible. Renewal is real, and the darkest passages often lead to the most profound illumination.